Here's the thing, Gene's been so calm and collected, you're not getting to him. Gene can keep his composure.
6 feet! 6 feet! What the fuck? Curvature is the answer.
Gene can keep his composure.
I don't know how to use the internet. Help! I don't even know how much the earth curves. Help! To the left, to the left, to the left, to the left. Curvature! Curvature! What the fuck? 6 feet is the answer.
So calm and collected. You're not getting to him.
What the fuck? The calculators are broken, bro.
I want you to understand my MO, my stance, my position. I'm a bigot. I'm anti-Semite. I am manipulated trash.
Curvature!
Grown men. Woo.
Damn, microphone's on mute. I'm trying out Restream. It's like the web app version. So hopefully you guys can hear me. Let me know in the chat. Open this cup triggers Nico, my demonic cup. Anyway, let's start off with an apology. An apology. Shouldn't be muted now. You guys should hear me. I haven't been around for a hot minute. Completely my fault. Well, it's not my fault, but my mother, 70-year-old mother, fell and broke her ankle in like 45 places. So I've been helping her. Been staying at, working from my brother's house, watching her because she's there. So been a little unable to go live in the last couple of weeks. So I do apologize. Believe me, it wasn't by choice. I'd love to get me some derp. Thanks, Max. It's my velour. We'll get this more in the shot here. Let's see. Oh, that's better. Oh, got a little NASA shirt underneath. All right. Do I ever start? My mic works most times I start lives. I'll have you know. It's not even, you know. Valentin, I like watch you debate. Nico really shows how low the bar is for flat earth evidence. This will be fun. I imagine there's going to be a lot of his feelings, right? It's just going to be his feelings. What's up? What's up, DP Debunks? Yes. Yeah, I watched a couple of his debates in preparation. There's a lot of nuts, typical stuff. But don't you worry. If any of you familiar with my method of debates, so I'm trying to read comments as I'm thinking here. I don't let flirfs meander away from the point, almost to a fault. I will belabor one point for an hour just to keep hearing them over and over try to deflect. If they keep deflecting, I keep laboring on it. I will do it all night. Sometimes till I annoy myself. So sorry about that, but I hate when they run away. Oh, man. Yeah, we're going to do debates in a nice official form from now on. So I'm glad you're going to enjoy the debate, Valentin. I hope it's entertaining. I don't know how it's good. Look, my problem with Nico, it's not really a problem, but he's generally very cordial, which I struggle with because I match energy. I don't want to be mean to someone who's being cordial to me. So, we'll see what happens. I'm not going in trying to be mean. I never really go in trying to be mean, but most flat earthers are just lunatics who start yelling and derping. So we'll see what happens. Unmute what? Oh, that's old. It's weird. This chat goes up. Let's go up. No, it goes down. This interface is weird. Sorry, I'm using a new program here. Is this going up or down? 837. It looks like it's going down. Should have wore a camo. I unfortunately don't own any camo. Yeah. I would love to get drunk, but because I have more fun drinking for obvious reasons, but got to keep that sharp mind. It depends on how off the wall it gets. I got some props. I got the keys. Let's see. I'll leave the keys here, little baby keys. We got googly glasses. But if it gets out of control, we'll just go all in, Got fallacy cards. I wonder if my camera's... Is my camera backwards? Oh, my camera's backwards. Damn you, camera. Let's fix that. Mirror camera. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, that feels weird. But now you can read my cards. But now I feel like I'm all backwards. I don't like that. I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable seeing a mirror image. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. Oof, that's better. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go sport coat on all my debates going forward. I think there's something very funny about dressing up slightly to debate morons. I was gonna wear a button down underneath, but I went with the NASA shirt. So what are you guys seeing right now? Are you seeing this chat? You should be, right? Are you seeing the chat list here? What's been going on with Nico? You guys been following this stuff? I haven't. I've been kind of preoccupied. I heard him mention something about going back and forth with FTFE, and I was like, it sounded a little like hostile, which I was surprised when he was okay with FTFE moderating the debate. Oh, hold on. Ooh, I almost forgot the best part. It's not a box, but I think it's close enough. Maybe I should put it like here. Can you see? Oh yeah, there you go. I'll leave it right there, so you can see it in the background. The chat's delayed. I wonder how delayed it is. Let's see. Nico is obsessed. So this says 8:40. Yeah, maybe about 30 seconds behind. I mean, has he really debated? Like, he debated Peter Markley, but that was like a biblical debate. He was on with Drunk Debunk, right? A little bit, but it was very fast. It was like half hour or something. Wait, is there's some football game going on right now that I'm overlapping with? Yes, he debated. Yeah, right. He debated you, Max. Yes, that was the first one I saw. That was funny. See, you went with the energy. You went with the just, I'm going to yell at you because I yell at morons energy. That's weird how you went with that, which is fine. I like that energy. Just like my children, I can't open the fucking straw. Who makes these fucking straws? All right, got it. There we go. All right. I don't want it. Yeah, leave it right there. Oh my God. Globey looking like an intellectual. Come on, guys. Not just looking like an intellectual. Do I want some Nico gematria to hit him with? I don't know. Paper straws. Fuck out of here with your paper straws. Paper straws are the bane of my existence. Hold on, I've got to crack a window. It's going to get hot in here. Wow. This is the one problem with my office. It's the first freaking zone, the entryway to the boiler. So I swear to God, if it doesn't get like 90 degrees in here. Yeah. All right, back to straws. Anyone who sports paper straws could do some really awful things. I was going to be really mean and say die, but I don't want you to die. But I hate straws. I hate fucking plastic straws. You have to finish your drink in 35 seconds, otherwise you can't drink it anymore. Oh my, I'm going to lock my door. My kids keep opening the door and peeking at me. You can't explain a lunar eclipse on a globe Earth? I hope you're kidding. I really hope you're kidding. What about the dolphins? Okay, so plastic straw. I don't want plastic in the ocean, guys, but plastic straws contribute, I think it was 0.01% of the plastic garbage in the ocean. Can we focus on some more contributing things to the plastic in the ocean before we do straws? Hey, bamboo straws, if they work, I'm all for it. Like, I'm not in love with plastic. I just hate paper. Even the paper back in the day it worked better. It had like wax on it. Why can't we just go back to that? Is wax bad too? I'm sure it's not as biodegradable as just paper, but it's got to be better than plastic. Yeah. Yeah, if I wanted to go home and roll up a piece of paper and jam it in my drink and drink from it, I'd do that. How stupid does that sound? But that's what you're doing. They're giving you a freaking rolled up piece of paper. Ba, ba, ba. Paper straws are straight out of Idiocracy. Yes, they are. Oh my God. All right. I got to get comfortable here. I'm not comfortable. I hate this thing. This stupid memory foam thing I'm sitting on. Oh, look how short I am now. Oh my God, I'm so short. I'll raise my chair. Yeah, there we go. Why did they have guys yapping about in the comments? Look, we all saw the video of the turtle getting the straw pulled out of his nose. That was probably there for 20 years. It was horrifying. Nobody wants that to happen. But seriously, there's a lot of smart people in this world. We can figure this out. Paper straws might be good for spitballs. That's about it. I can't think of another single thing. Bamboo sounds great. Bamboo sounds great. Let's cut down thousands of acres of the rainforest to plant bamboo so we can have bamboo straws. I'm all for it. Yeah, exactly. Fuck the pandas. Fuck them. My bamboo now. It's awkward drinking around this mic, but I don't want to drink left-handed. Yeah, so not really sure what to expect of this, but I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of Bible. There's going to be a lot of trust me, bro. I'm thinking his biggest flat earth proofs are going to be the same regurgitated stuff. It's going to be the Bible. It's going to be, we see too far. He's going to use Chicago, right? And gas pressure without a container. I think he's going to go those three. I'm calling it now. I told him come up with 3 of his best proofs. So I think those are going to be them. Now me, I went the completely other direction. I have a 19, I don't even know how I'm going to get through them. I have a 19 slide PowerPoint detailing various examples of Earth symmetry. So that's going to be my angle tonight. I'm going with symmetry. Symmetry only works on a globe that's symmetrical. So we'll see how that works out. Sodomite will be said. We need a Nico bingo card? Yeah, he's going to say, you're probably right. He's going to say sodomite. A lot of gematria decoding. Yeah, I'm not going for that. He mentioned in his emails to me, the hell did he say? Satan's, what's going on with Satan? Satan's little season? I have no idea what that is. Can someone explain that to me? I'm sure it's some biblical, obviously some biblical thing, but he was like, oh, maybe we'll talk about that. What is that? Freemasons? Oh, come on. You have a clip where Nico admits he's a sodomite? What is going on? I don't know if I can take this anymore. What are we doing here? He should decode my name. This interface is pretty cool. I don't know if it's going to be useful. Let's see. I just got a message. Let's try to play this bad boy, see what happens. So let's see. Let's see what happens here. Switch this over to this. All right. Pretty seamless.
Nico, yes, Solomite. I can actually think.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yes, and I actually suspect that you might be a Solomite too.
You guys hear that?
No, I'm actually pretty.
Yes.
I'm
Have
pretty
you ever
well known
received
over here.
Have you
for-
ever received a blowjob?
For giving handjobs
I
in gas
pretty much
stations.
took on the LGBT and drag
Have you
queens
ever
and the Soji curriculum.
Have
here,
you
so-
ever received a blowjob?
Yeah. So where?
You are a sodomite. Thank you
Sodomite.
very much.
What a
Dude,
sodomite?
this is so easy. That's
The
sodomy.
Hey,
That
Nico,
is
do me a
Sodomy is a
favor.
ritual that's performed in the Masonic.
Nico, yes, sodomite. I can actually.
All right. Look at that. At least he admits it. Me, I'm not. I don't believe in those kind of dirty things. Keep those devil lips away from me. Yes, there's a debate about to happen. 7:00. Let's see. I might have gotten the. Let's see if I got the. Of course, it's right fucking there. Let's see if I got the link. Here, linky. God, I hate Outlook. That's so weird. Oh, got the link here. All right. So I got the link. We're all ready to go. Come on. Nico does not freak out when you have to put your left foot in during hokey pokey. Can't be true. What did you just watch? You just watched Nico admitting he's a sodomite. Yes, we're all Masons. I get it. I'm not going to engage him in down that path. I'm here for proof. I want proof. Let's try to move this a bit. Let's do this. There we go. Let's do that. I like that. Then I can push this. Then we can. Oh, is the battery dead? Don't tell me the battery's dead. Man. How sad. Yeah, Dr. Blitz, well, he's so. I'm going to try it again. I'm not going to give up, but I have better luck going into Flurf lives. They don't come into my lives when I have lives. Like he somehow can get flat earthers in there. I don't know how. I don't know why. Why do flat earthers want to join a PhD physicist live and debate flat earth with a PhD? And I don't get it. I mean, I get they're narcissists. The complete narcissists. So they don't really know. They don't really understand. But we'll see. What's better? This light. I don't like that you can't see my background. Let me turn this light off. Let's see what we got. I'll turn that light off. Let's turn this light on. Or not. Why don't you work, light? Why don't you work? Hold on. I think my kid switched my switch off when they opened the door before. Because they're brats. All right, which lighting is better, that or this? That or this? Let's see, I can move this way. I can move this a little bit. There we go. I think I like this. It's brighter. It's almost Oldsmobile weather. Ah, yes. That gets a tag. I gotta do that from here. Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. I have a 72 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme. I've had it since I was 16. And it will be making its debut shortly. I actually just charged up the battery yesterday. Yeah, I prefer this too. I use that light when I'm doing green screen stuff. It doesn't work so well for the lives. Yeah, so they can declare victory over a scientist. I guess so. They think they're going to go in there and say, I beat a PhD. And all of them do. They all run back to their friends and go, yeah, I defeated a PhD. What's a 10-minute delay? What's delaying? Why is it a 10-minute delay? What are you talking about? All right, I'm going to look at my phone on YouTube and see where we're at. All right, it's about 30-second delay. 30 seconds. I think we're all right there. And I'm curious, actually, if this restream worked on my TikTok. I don't think it did. It said I needed to like apply for some shit. I had to apply for access. Yeah, it doesn't say I'm live. That's cool. I'll get that to work some other time. That would be nice if I could restream over there. Craig's hard drive crashed again? What does that mean? You're watching on TikTok? Oh, cool. That's good to know. When I go on TikTok, it doesn't say I'm live. That's weird. Shouldn't it show me I'm live on TikTok? Oh, well. Well, that's cool. And it's integrating my chat here for me, which is cool. So I'm getting the chat from both sides. I like it. I like it. It's pretty simple. It's a web interface. It's probably not as customizable as OBS, but OBS is a pain in the fucking ass. It's always screwing with my audio and stuff. All right, I'm gonna click this link. I'm gonna head over there. I'm gonna reshare it on here, so you guys are welcome to stay here and chat amongst yourselves, or you head over to FTFE. I'm sure there'll be more nonsense going on over in that chat. He lost all his stuff. Does that mean we can't go live? Are you telling me he's calling it off? Or he just lost everything? And if he lost everything, does he really not have a fucking hard drive backup? All right, I'm gonna join. See what we got. It's about. All right, I got to turn first issue. I guess I got to turn this off. All right, I'm going to see what happens here. I got to turn my camera off here, I think. All right, I'm here. It's working. So I'm gonna just try to share my screen. See if this works. Let's try this. Boom, diddy, boom. All right. There he is. Hey, hey. Hello, hello. How are you? Yeah. Oh. You all right? Good. Let me try. Sorry, I'm trying to get my crap to work over here too.
Nico.
Good.
Hello, Nico.
Well, hello. I am back.
I've noticed.
And you're in a new spot. It looks good. I see the live on air sign. It's looking good.
Yes, yes. Apparently, you need a roof on a home, so having to move was an essential thing.
Yeah. I might
Hello,
have to...
Nico.
Well, hello. And Globy. I see Globy is here.
I am.
Right.
What's going on, Nico? How are you?
You're in a new spot.
Craig is
This is live.
Craig is clearly fake. This is like ISS footage over here.
I'm having a feedback of the audio. Has someone got something open?
Could be me.
Yeah, I had something open. I closed it.
Right. Okay. Good. Right. Okie dokies. Right. So, what's the format for today?
The usual, I guess, right? Globy, opening statements. I picked 3 of Flat Earth's best proofs, and I had a lot to pick from, so I picked a couple, and we're gonna go over that. And I believe Globy's gonna do his best to take me down, even though I am unbeaten here. So I look forward to seeing what is coming my way.
All flat earthers are unbeaten, aren't they? In their own minds.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, of all the things that have never happened, that has never happened the most. All right, so we're going about 5 minutes. I'll get my intros playing beforehand, and then I'll say hello to everyone, introduce you guys, and then who's going first?
You can go first if you want, Nico. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I'm used to it. I'll go first.
Aneurysm early on, lovely.
You need to realign your satellite dish.
Just make sure audio, microphone.
Good.
Video is this one.
All right.
Where's my notes?
The internet should be a bit better today because I bought a 12-foot pole to stick my satellite dish on.
Oh, it's not quite working. We can hear.
Seems fine.
We can hear you fine. Just the video's not working.
My videos.
Yeah, the video's all choppy. All choppy.
They're back.
There we go.
Yeah, sorry this took a while to get set up, but it's been absolute crazy here.
Yeah, well, you're in the middle of a lot of stuff over there. You finally in?
Yeah, we've got a new place, but like decorating and everything, and
awesome.
Oh my lord, there's narcissism in a nutshell.
Oh, I missed it.
He's got King Nico on the back of his
He did not. He does not.
He does. Turn around, Nico.
Let's see it.
Oh my lord. I mean, oh my king.
It's going down today.
All right.
Okay. All right. Okay, gonna go live. And we get this show on the road. Thank you, boys, for being here.
Thank you.
You're already live.
I'm not live.
someone was live on YouTube. That's where the feedback was coming from.
Globy was possibly live.
I was live. I was doing a pre-show. Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Going live in 5, 4, 3.
Of architecture because we don't have money anymore.
Right, here's the thing.
Which was the last building? You recognize those buildings. They have tall doors because the Tartarian or whatever you call them, okay, they were giants.
Sorry, what the fuck did you just say to me?
Yeah, the Tartarian, apparently they were giant, like 9 feet tall giants.
No, not the word. Should I be able to hear that? Like my cup, Nico? I thought of you when I was filling this up.
If we talk, is it going to carry over to the show?
I don't know. Good point. Maybe we'll stop. Ba-ba.
Living on a disk, floating through space with a tiny sun.
Hey everybody, this is Craig on FTFE. How are you all doing today? We're going to have a lovely flat Earth debate tonight between an intelligent person and we have tonight an absolute treat for you. The wonderful, the amazing Globy McGlobeface versus King Nico, and they're going to battle it out with a battle of wits and intelligence, and well, I mean, you know, at least one of them anyway. So let me get the right screen up. I'm totally unprepared today. Bear with me as I just screw everything up to start with. There we go. Right. Hello, boys. How are you doing? Hello, Globy. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's good to be here. I don't think I've ever been here. So
yeah, welcome. I appreciate you coming. And yeah, thank you for contacting me to set this up. Always happy to host a dumpster fire. And Nico, welcome back to the channel. How are you? I don't care. You're muted, which is fantastic, but you can unmute yourself if you like.
More than happy to be back, Craig. It's good to see you. It's good to meet you, Globy. I'm looking forward to this. As you all know, I am King Nico, and I am unbeaten when it comes to Flat Earth versus Globe debate. So you're in for a good one tonight. The chances
yeah, obviously, that you saw me beat Nico in debate, and everyone else. So I'm not sure why Nico said that, but hey, maybe there's a first time for everything, right? Now I'm here to be an impartial moderator, and you know how bad I suck at doing that. So let's have some fun. We're gonna have introductions. I think 10 minutes each, starting with the flat earther, King Nico, and then Globy will get his 10 minutes, and then we're just going to an open discussion from there. And after that, we will have some Q&A from the audience. So please get your super chats and questions in, and let's have some fun. So let's get the show on the road. Nico, over to you for your 10-minute introduction.
Welcome. Yeah, I'm ready. We've got it open here. I'm looking forward to this, as I said. So tonight, going to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that Earth is flat it is enclosed and exactly as the Bible describes. So the globe model is built on
I just lost all audio.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay, relying on theoretical physics rather than observable science. So real-world tests disproved curvature.
All right, Nico, one sec. Globy seems to be having difficulties. Yeah, we hear you.
Yes, when it comes to all the facts, all of a sudden, no one can hear anything, huh? Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, okay? Just you not getting up. Can you hear us, Globy?
Testing. King Nico to Globy. Copy.
We hear you. Drop out, then in.
Get him out of here.
Don't type that. Can you hear us, Globy?
That's a negative response there.
All right. We're good.
Right, you hear us okay?
I got you now. I think I disconnected myself. Right. Sorry, go ahead.
No worries. Right, yeah. Sorry, Nico. You might want to just start over. I'll restart your time.
All right, good stuff. So yeah, I'm going to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that Earth is flat and closed and exactly as the Bible describes. The globe model is built on deception, relying on theoretical physics rather than observable science. Real-world tests disprove curvature, motion, and the existence of outer space as described by NASA. So beyond science, historical discoveries continue to validate biblical truth, exposing the lies of modern space agencies. So recent astronaut missions have only raised more suspicion. The discovery beneath the Great Pyramids aligns with biblical events, and the rise of the Tartaria theory challenges the fabricated history we've been taught. The truth is being revealed, and I will present 3 undeniable scientific proofs, followed by 3 biblical confirmations that the Earth is flat and space is a deception. So the best scientific proofs for the flat Earth would be no detectable curvature. The globe model claims a curvature of 8 inches per square mile, yet experiments prove the Earth is flat. Powerful zoom cameras and infrared technology reveal distant objects that should be hidden beyond the curve can come back. Examples: the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan, boats disappearing over the horizon but brought back with a zoom lens, and railroads, bridges, and canals are built without accounting for curvature. No real-world measurement confirms the curve. It only exists in globe believers' theories. The Earth supposedly spins at 1,037 miles per hour while orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles per hour, therefore you're 666. Yet we feel nothing. So scientific experiments disprove motion. Michelson-Morley experiment from 1887, no movement of the Earth detected. Sagnac experiment proved a stationary Earth. Airplane and weather patterns. If the Earth was spinning, flight times would be inconsistent, yet they are not. So an Earth were truly spinning at such extreme speeds. Why is the atmosphere perfectly still? Why don't we feel the motion? Water always finds its level. Water does not curve. It always settles flat. If the Earth were a spinning ball, lakes, rivers, and oceans would have visible curvature, yet they don't. The firmament. So we're going into some biblical proofs now. The firmament is a solid barrier. Genesis 1, 6-7. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. The earth is fixed and immovable. The devil deceives the world with lies about creation. So when Revelation 12:9 says, and the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. So Satan's deception includes the false heliocentric model designed to make us believe we are insignificant, and speaks in an endless universe, specs in an endless universe rather than the center of God's creation. Recent astronauts returned from space. People buying this fish story. The latest crew that returned from space, they just, ridiculous stuff. We can look at the CGI footage of them splashing down into the ocean, where everything that NASA does splashes down into the ocean. Discovery beneath the Great Pyramid, a hidden chamber beneath the Great Pyramid was discovered. Some believe it may be connected to biblical events. The Nephilim, fallen angels, and pre-flood civilizations align with the Bible's account of history. An ancient advanced technology suggests a lost biblical age of giants and great knowledge before the world was reset with the Great Flood. Tartaria and the hidden millennial reign of Christ. This theory is growing and gaining momentum, revealing that history has been intentionally erased and rewritten. So old world architecture, buried cities, and advanced structures suggest a past civilization that aligns with the idea of Christ's millennial reign or the fallen angels. So this challenges the official timeline of history and further proves that we are being lied to about everything, including space. So the truth is being revealed. The heliocentric deception is unraveling as more people awaken to the truth that the earth is flat and enclosed, as described in the Bible. So science proves there is no curve, no motion, and no outer space. Biblical prophecy confirms that Satan has deceived the entire world with a false model of creation. And from recent astronaut missions to hidden discoveries beneath the Great Pyramid and the rise of Tartaria, all roads lead to one undeniable fact: God's word is true, and modern science is a lie. I challenge Globy here to provide real, repeatable, observable proof that the earth is a spinning ball. Until they can, the flat biblical earth stands undefeated. Thank you.
Well, you still had 4 minutes left. Are you sure you want to give up the rest of your time, please?
Well, I can spend the next 4 minutes gloating of how I beat all the other globe shills.
Let's see your trophies.
Sodomites, medals of honor, badges. I'll be making and reviewing all the debates, including this one afterwards. So yeah, unbeaten. I'll keep getting challenged as I rise to the top of this, whatever you want to call it. So, but yeah, I think that's about it.
Yes, so thank you very much for that. No, that's fine. You don't need to bring up any images. I'm sure we're all traumatized enough. Thank you very much for that, Nico. That was wonderful. I enjoyed all of the flat Earth proof. Let me just check my notes. Anyway, Globy, over to you. You have 10 minutes to convince us the opposite of what he said.
Sure. Ooh, I shouldn't have touched that. All right.
Guys, quickly before you do that, Globy, if you aren't subscribed to Globe McGlobeface, please go and do that right now, or I will, in fact, send Daniel Pratt directly to your house.
and I am King Nico on YouTube also.
Nobody
Thank you, guys. Looking forward to the new subscribers.
Oh boy, I sent a share request. I guess you have to approve it.
Yes, yes, go ahead. Yeah, sorry. There we go.
All right, there we go.
We're winning. Flat Earth is winning.
All right, let's share this, boy.
Love it.
All right. So what I'm going to demonstrate for you today is that flat Earth is full of shit. Let's see if I can get this in slideshow. There we go. All right. So as anybody watching this will have noticed, it's that Nico just had globe denial in all his quote unquote proofs he showed us. Not one piece of evidence was presented. Only the globe doesn't have this. If it was spinning this fast, I would feel it. If the Bible says so, right? These are all feelings that people have. Great, you're welcome to your feelings. Not one shred of proof was presented. So I'm going to come up with a hypothesis here and try to get through it as quick as I can here. But if the Earth's a globe, we would expect symmetry. meaning there's two hemispheres, a north and a south. We'd expect things that happen at, say, 20 degrees north. The same thing would happen at 20 degrees south, meaning we'd observe the same things. The distances would be the same, right? If the Earth was flat, this demonstrates it here. If the Earth was flat, you see the lines of longitude get wider as it goes south, right? It gets wider. Everything gets wider. It spreads out, right? So if I'm here, this distance is shorter than this distance, right? Where on a globe, that distance is the same as that distance. The distance between those lines of longitude are the same, whereas they're not the same on a flat Earth. So you can't have symmetry on a flat Earth. You can have symmetry on a globe. Matter of fact, it's a requirement of the globe to have symmetry. So let's check some symmetrical things out here, Nico. We have American Airlines Flight 52 and Qantas Flight 64. They are both at about, I think I have the, 27.6 degrees north. So 27 degrees north, 26 degrees south, about the same. They both are 12-hour long flights. They both fly direct. They both fly at about 560 miles per hour. And they both fly about 6,800 miles. So they fly the same distance over the Earth. They have the same flight time. They fly the same speed, and they're at the same latitudes, north and south. That, my friend, is symmetry. This is impossible on a flat Earth because the distance of the southern flight from Johannesburg to Sydney, direct, I'll remind you, direct, is impossible on a flat Earth. It would be triple the length. Here's an example of that. This is what it would look like on a flat Earth. This is what it would look like the northern flight, and this is what it looked like the southern flight. This is at least triple the length. Doesn't matter how you cut it, it's triple the length. How is that the same flight time, speed, and distance over the Earth? Makes sense on a globe, doesn't it? Because a globe is symmetrical. You would expect there to be the same flight times. You would expect the same distances. You would expect all that to be the same, north and south. Okay. Here's another example, just in case you think I cherry picked that. China Airlines 6 and Qantas Flight 27, Sydney to Santiago, Chile. Same thing, about 12 hours, same flight time, same speed. I'm not going to get into details about this one, time's sake. But you get the point. Symmetry. That's what that flight would look like on flat Earth. How is that 12 hours? How is that 12 hours? You tell me, Nico. Globe symmetry. Globe symmetry. In the southern hemisphere, you see the bottom picture. That's a time lapse from Australia looking south. The top is a time lapse of Australia looking north from the northern hemisphere. Not Australia, sorry, but looking north from the northern hemisphere. This is symmetry. 2 points of rotation in the sky. On flat Earth, what do we have? This is the prediction on flat Earth. The stars rotate around flat Earth. If you're looking south, you would expect them to be going east to west, across the globe, from left to right, straight across. Yet somehow they rotate around one single point, no matter where you are looking south. So what we observe in reality is symmetry. What you expect on flat Earth doesn't happen. Now, you can model this. I've done it here on the left with just a ball and two cameras. Those two cameras, one's pointing up, one's pointing down at the floor. And if you rotate the ball, you get counterclockwise stars and clockwise stars. Symmetry. Why does this work and this doesn't work on flat Earth? No symmetry on flat Earth. Sticking with the stars, I did this myself. This was a live I did simultaneously from South Africa and from Australia. Two people looking south, directly south. It was 1 degree off of south, both people, south-southwest. And they were both looking at the Southern Cross at the same time. The same moment in time, live on a stream. Okay. As you can see in this picture, that's what it would have to be on flat Earth. Southern Cross here at the same time. Completely different directions, almost 90 degrees apart. Yet they're seeing them at the same time. On an Earth, that's easily explained. It's symmetry. When you're here, you're looking south. Everybody's looking south. When you're here, you're looking north. Everybody's looking north. That's why they see Polaris. That's why you see Polaris Australis or Sigma Octantis looking south. Everybody's looking south at the same point. Globe symmetry. How am I doing on time?
You have 3 minutes and 53 seconds.
All right, thank you. The sun symmetry. In the southern hemisphere, the sun arcs down to the south. You see this curved path? In the north, it curves up to the north. Okay, this can't happen on flat Earth. On flat Earth, the sun is going around this way, right? Yet we observe it curving the opposite way. If you're looking west, the sun would be going from your left shoulder to your right shoulder towards Australia, right? Towards Australia. But what we observe is it bends left towards the ice wall. As you can see here, this is what it would look like on flat Earth. That's the prediction. It's going away from you to the right. That's not what we observe. What we observe is this. The sun sets from your right shoulder to your left shoulder, left or south towards the ice wall. Oddly, that matches a globe. Oddly, you have globe symmetry. You have the vertical sunset at the equator, and you have a rightward sunset in the northern hemisphere and a leftward sunset in the southern hemisphere. You have a mirror image. Symmetry. Same thing with the northern sun and the southern sun in Antarctica and the North Pole. 24-hour sun in both locations at opposite times of the year. We all know about that. I'm going to breeze by it. And for my final example, we have the distances I mentioned earlier of longitude. Between longitude lines, they obviously get longer on a flat Earth. So geometrically, you can't use spherical coordinates to measure anything on flat Earth. So when you're using GPS, which is my example here, I took this runway in Chicago and put some spots on it, GPS locations on it, and I measured the distance using GPS of the length of this runway. Now I use the Haversine formula, which is the distance over a great circle. So it calculates the distance over a curving surface using those coordinates. And I got 10,824 feet, which matches just about what it's stated to be. 10,801 feet is the length of this runway. This is in Chicago, Northern Hemisphere. Same runway, same distance, length of runway, I should say, about 9,000 feet. In the Southern Hemisphere, this is in Chile. Oddly, when you put the coordinates in and you use the Haversine formula, you again get the correct answer. You get 9,187 feet, which is almost spot on to what they claim the length of the runway is. So how can the runway, using GPS coordinates, give you the same length of the runway in both the north and the south on a flat Earth when you know, based on that last picture, that the length gets wider as you go south? The length between those longitude lines gets wider as you go south. You would never be able to use GPS coordinates to get to anywhere on flat Earth.
50 seconds.
Perfect. Summed it up right there. That's it. We can end it there.
Oh,
So,
brilliant. Thank you very much.
I guess just to conclude it, just 50 seconds, just to conclude it, the Earth is symmetrical. Everything that happens in the north happens in the south. That's why flat earthers ignore the southern hemisphere with all their might. They're scared shitless of the southern hemisphere for this exact reason. Okay, there's no symmetry on flat Earth at all. No observations of the sky or the ground will ever match reality in the southern hemisphere, and that's why Nico will avoid it for the rest of this conversation. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. Like, guys, thank you very much for being here, for watching this debate. We have for the Flat Earth, King Nico, and we have for the Globe Earth, the amazing Globeface. You can find links to them in the descriptions once I remember to add them later on. And what we're going to do now is have, say, 45 minutes to an hour open discussion, see how it goes. It can go longer if it needs to. I'm in no rush. And after that, we will have some Q&A. So make sure you get your questions in, super chats, or tag me in the chat, or hit me up on Discord, or I don't know, throw a brick from my window with a note attached to it or something. I'll get to it at some point. But over to you guys. I will only jump in to moderate if there is over talking and constant interruptions. Name calling is fine, as long as we don't go into realms that could get my channel, terminated. But let's be as nice as possible. But we don't mind a bit of passion. Let's just make it so that I don't need to moderate. That would be fantastic. Over to you guys.
All right. I mean, since you went first, you want to?
I'll share my screen quickly. Can I share something? Yeah.
Sure.
So you brought up some stuff regarding the stars and the northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere regarding the globe model. So on the flat Earth, that can easily be explained. So let me just. Can you
You'd
see
be the first. Yep, I see it.
A little visual, just a stock image, just to get a visual of what I'm about to describe. So on the flat Earth, the perception of stars from the north and south can be explained using a localized celestial dome or the firmament model, right? So where the stars move in distinct circular patterns above the Earth. So here's how it works: the dome and celestial rotation. So the stars are embedded in or projected onto the firmament dome above. The celestial bodies move in circular paths around a central point, typically the North Star, which is Polaris. The motion is similar to a planetarium projection where the observers see different star patterns depending on their location. Excuse me. So this motion, it's similar to, so if you're in the north, you primarily see stars rotating around Polaris.
Yep, north's not a problem though. Let's get to the south.
And as you move further south, Polaris becomes lower on the horizon until it eventually disappears. So in the far south, a different set of stars appears, including those around the so-called southern celestial point, which is not an actual fixed point, but rather an effect of the way light and perspective work under the dome.
So everyone in the northern hemisphere looks north, and they see Polaris, and all the stars circle around it. Right.
Yeah.
Normal light, everything's normal. In the southern hemisphere, everyone sees the same exact thing, except they're looking south. And that is some effect of perspective and magical refracting light.
So the claim, so in places like Australia, South America, South Africa, people see the same stars circling around a single point. That's the south.
Yep.
This can be explained by atmospheric refraction and the way light bends under the dome.
Okay.
So it's also possible that the firmament itself has a mirroring effect. So projecting stars patterns can create the illusion of a continuous southern rotation.
You have some sort of proof for this claim? Because that's a claim. I mean, that's a claim, right?
Exactly. Just as yours was a claim with your ball in the southern and your mirrored and your symmetry.
Yeah. So I hung two cameras from a ball and spun it right here on this fan. And I replicated what we see in reality: a northern hemisphere, a southern hemisphere, a northern celestial pole, a south celestial pole. Perfectly represented it with a simple ball spinning. I don't need to invoke some magic. Only when looking south, by the way, because you admitted looking north, everyone's just looking north and seeing the correct stars. But when we look south, everything's just magic all of a sudden.
So because you were able to do this test in your home with the light and a ball without atmospheric refraction, without all of what the world has to go through and experience to see that, and the distances apart from the North Polaris, where the stars are circling around it. And as you said, as I said, when you go further south, Polaris comes closer to the horizon.
So where on this should I point to find this?
So again, that's not an actual accurate model of the flat Earth, but it is somewhat used just as reference. And as you used it in your flight paths, you actually curved the planes around, and the planes actually fly in straight lines. They wouldn't fly around. So
no, well, they fly out. If you could look at the path, they fly, for example, Qantas Flight 67 flies out over the Pacific Ocean. They fly east, right? So on a flat Earth, that would have to be this curved line to fly east, right? If they're going straight, they're not flying east. Well, here, where was it? So it was here to here was one of them. So if it's flying east, which is this way, it wouldn't just fly a straight line. It would be going over America. This is all backwards, so I'm freaking out here. Right? But if you're flying from here to here, you're not flying. They don't fly over the United States. They fly only over the ocean. So they'd be flying east over and following this line of latitude. So I'm just using this, your guys' model to show what the flight path would be. Because that flight path is tracked via GPS. They know where that plane is, right?
For the flight paths I've seen, there would be a stopover somewhere. Like the straight lines would make sense. Going from the south to either Europe, North America, and then continue on to
sometimes there's flights that don't go direct, and those have layovers, and they tend to lay over in their hub port, their hub airport. So they might go a little bit out of the way to do a layover if they're going to the airline's hub location to make transfers, right? That's a whole different thing that is meaningless, and flat earthers use that to obfuscate the conversation. I showed you examples of direct flights, so we're not talking about anything with a layover. Qantas flight 67, I'll go back to it. I think I was talking about 67. There's a few of them. 64, sorry. Qantas flight 64 is direct from Johannesburg to Sydney, Australia. It flies 3 days a week. Okay. That flies out over the Pacific Ocean. It's mostly going east, right? Doesn't fly over the United States. It flies over the ocean the whole time. So that flight is the same exact length and time and airspeed as the comparable Northern Hemisphere flight. That is the point. That flight is impossible. It would be 3 times as long, even going straight. Even if you want to say it's going straight, it would be 3 times as long as that short little flight in the Northern Hemisphere. So you guys have to account for these direct flights, which you can't do.
Okay. And you got that from the flight tracker, right? So I want to bring up the video. I'm trying to find it right now, so you can still go ahead. So I want to compare. If you want to try and find that flight path on the flight tracker, I got a flight path I'd like to bring up too, so we can go over them. So I just need to figure out how to find this quickly. Let me see if I can find it on my phone and bring it up. Did I share it?
Okay, here it is here.
Yeah, I want to see. Then I want to.
Oh, one just took off.
Oh, that's live. You're watching it live too.
Yeah, you can go back and look at historical ones, but this one's live. It's in the air. Just took off. So if I click on this, this is probably completed. Yeah, this was completed Sunday, the 23rd, yesterday. So you notice it doesn't go straight over anything. This is all over the ocean. Let's see. On a flat Earth, that would be, it would have to be going over India in a straight line, which doesn't happen. By the way, if I'm using the wrong map, feel free to choose your own map and show me. You said this is incorrect, so you must have the correct one.
Well, that's the thing. There isn't a correct one because the people in control, like I said, Freemason sodomites, won't allow us to have the real map.
Quick question. If you don't know what the real map is, how do you know this is incorrect?
It's because they use it themselves and they're not going to, well, obviously there's truth in plain sight. So if the United Nations and all the government entities are using that map as opposed to the globe map you all push and love so much, then obviously there's more truth behind that one, but there's still more secrets hidden and more Easter eggs behind the map. And
okay. So then you got a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy to justify your conspiracy.
Well, no, it makes sense. If you have all the power, why are you going to release things like that and have the sheep give them the actual map and the actual location of where we are? And obviously some of us aren't so sheeply can realize, oh, these people are lying to us. So that's the job we're doing, is trying to help you guys and say like, no, everything we've been taught is a lie.
Thank you for that.
All these things can be manipulated, right?
Especially but truth in plain sight, right? So is it truth in plain sight or not? The UN's flaunting it, right? With making this their logo.
Definitely more truth than the globe that we had in our classrooms in school. So,
Okay.
and the fact
No, it's not.
and the
See,
fact that it's now being used to debunk flat Earth because the flight paths aren't supposedly adding up.
you see this
Um,
flight, this
that's-
flight went from here to here. Like this actually went down, like the curve like this is the Great Circle. This is the flight path.
So you're saying it's more accurate and works out on that model you're holding there.
It only works on this model.
That's a joke. So you're saying that the flight paths work on a kid's toy that you can pick up at Toys R Us rather than the actual map that the United Nations use. Yeah. See, that's how we know.
This is a globe. This is a globe, Nico.
Yeah,
this,
projection, which is why.
Yeah, they don't use this. They don't use this to fly. They use this as a logo because it's flat and easy to show. They don't use this to plan flight routes. You can't. They use a globe to plan flight routes.
Speaking of flight routes, there was a flight route that I've seen. I'm trying to find the video, but it's regarding these two. I see you have a NASA shirt on, so you're probably familiar with who Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore is. So they were stuck in space. So I got some decodes here. National Aeronautics and Space Administration does equal 666. NASA actors, because I'm telling you they are Freemason sodomites, equals 666. Witchcraft, Galactic Federation, they were supposedly stuck on the International Space Station for 9 months. What a fish story, right? So there is a flight tracker going around with a plane leaving the base at NASA. It's taken off from the mainland. It goes out into the ocean, and that's where it drops them into the ocean and then flies back to the base. And that can be found on the flight tracker. So I don't have that, but it's going around. I'm just trying to find it, but
it's always so close to having it, but not.
No, I'm sure you've seen it.
I have not seen that fake piece of information you just lied about.
It's not fake. So if I show you, find that video now.
Yeah, please do. I want to watch it. I love watching these things live.
So you're telling me that you believe that these two characters were stuck in space for 9 months and
they weren't stuck, but yes, they were in space.
Whew, okay. So
absolutely.
Flight tracker. Someone please send it to me.
And your proof is there's a flight tracker that shows video of them being dropped off in the water.
Yeah. They were it was a Chinook helicopter.
Chinook
that took off that capsule, dropped it off in the sky, flew back to the NASA base. Yeah, a Chinook.
Okay, good.
So
okay, I want to see it. I love it. We got to see this. This is fantastic.
So, but please try and bring up some more points quickly while I try and locate this video.
Sure.
Probably on the X. I just don't find it on X.
Oh Lord, I need you now more than
Dragon.
I'm gonna mute this shit.
Crew 9, Return to Earth, ridiculous.
Where is my? Here they are.
I'll find it.
I want you. Globes are for decorating.
Me because
so quickly, Craig, all the people watching right now, how many views you got? And you're telling me that everyone is finding that fish story of those two astronauts that were dropped into the ocean after being stuck in space? Am I the only person here?
Would you like me to put up a poll to see if everyone?
Sounds like we need a poll, for sure.
Yeah, I could bring up the video quickly. I had it ready, so I do have one video of it ready, so everyone knows in reference what we're watching. Where is the video? Oh, I got horizon lines to show. Did I share it? Right here.
Can I? You guys seen this?
People at Palestine, my message is
yes, we do see it.
The world.
Sorry.
What you guys are showing the world is your resilience.
You see this TikTok short?
Oh, hold on a second.
I think I'm only sharing my one screen. Yeah, I'm only sharing my one screen. Hold on.
Yeah, we're just seeing.
Yeah, it's here. I'll just share my whole screen.
All right. Can you see any of my screen now? Sorry, I got it up.
Oh, well, you told me to share something while you were looking.
Right, we do have a poll up, everybody. Make sure you vote in the poll. Do you believe the astronauts were stuck in space? Yes or no?
So, Nico, do you know what this is we're looking at?
Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna pause something and stop my screen. You're sharing something? Okay, let me see what you got. I'm still trying to load.
Globy is currently sharing. You never shared, Nico.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was
I'm
only
looking for that Twitter video. Go ahead.
Do you know what we're looking
I
at
don't
here?
see any, I'm not. No, I don't see anything.
You don't see anything?
No.
Does anybody else see anything?
Yep.
Says I'm sharing. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Only Nico doesn't see it, apparently.
I don't see anything. So I accidentally shared my screen at the same time, so I must have glitched it out or something.
Can you stop sharing?
Yeah, I did. I stopped a while ago.
I'll reshare. Let's see. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that works.
This is a navigational computer, Nico. What's inside that little thing there?
Yeah, a globe ball. Yeah, I see it.
This is before they had computers, so that's why there's a physical globe inside of it. But this is what they're using to navigate. Isn't that cool? Guess what's not in there? A little flat, this spinning around. So no, we don't use this to navigate. We don't use this to flight plan. Silly talk. Anyway, you're looking for that video?
Yeah, I don't
distract you.
I've heard many pilots say they don't use that and fly by a flat map. So it's, I need this video.
I think it's a sin to lie, Nico. Just saying.
No lies here. NASA flight tracker. Where is it? Is this the video?
You need to talk. This is a flight tracker, and as you
I found it.
The NASA helicopter approach.
Okay, so how am I going to play this on my screen quickly?
You can't share. It's not on your computer.
Let me just copy the link and just
be clear with the poll, everyone. I don't mean do you believe that they were stuck in space, like technically, but just do you believe that whole thing happened? You know, do you believe space is real? Do you believe the astronauts were up there and then came down?
Okay, so am I able to share the screen again? I'm ready.
Yeah.
Yes.
I stopped, so go ahead.
So we're going to be looking at what I just described as the tracker. I think it's explained in the video. Are you going to be able to hear the audio too?
That depends if you've got
friends, we need to talk. This is a flight tracker, and as you will see, the NASA helicopter approaches from the right. There is a plane doing mysterious circles. And watch what happens here. The NASA helicopter circles round, and then it goes back again. What do we think?
Because I'm starting to think something is seriously suspicious about all this. Look how fake that looks. I mean, that looks like a cheap computer game. Look at it.
Okay, my friends, we need to talk.
Okay, so are we? I'm going to need a little more info than that. What's the timing of this?
When the Dragon Crew 9 was returning to Earth. So people were watching the tracker at the same time. You can see the NASA Chinook leaving the mainland, coming out to an area in the ocean, which is where they picked up the astronauts. There was another plane circling above, and then as the Chinook came in, dropped them off and went back, then that plane picked them up and took off. So this is from the flight tracker, which is quite alarming, and I'd like some more explanation because I don't see space being involved here. So those astronauts came from somewhere, where is that? Miami, not space.
So you said you had video of them on the helicopter being dropped off, but what you really meant was you saw an animation of a helicopter going and spinning around.
Oh, now the flight tracker is an animation. So you tried to show me a flight tracker of flight paths going around the world, but now that too is just
I'm just asking for proof there were astronauts being dropped off on that helicopter.
Well, NASA's helicopter is right there. coming out from their base and dropping them right there.
How do you know they were dropping people off, Nico? The video told you so?
I know.
What do you mean you know? You've assumed that whole conspiracy based on
Well, see,
a helicopter spinning around. How do you know it wasn't picking them up at that
I
moment?
knew before
Was it picking them up
I
at that
saw
moment?
that video. I knew before the flight tracker of the video showing that NASA was up to its usual tricks. So I just had to hear the story and be like, that's nonsense. That's ridiculous.
But you can admit you've assumed things there. You've assumed
on
things
the news.
there, right?
Everyone's calling it a fish story. Everyone's saying the footage looks like a cheap computer game.
Feelings, more feelings. Okay.
So that's it. You have no explanation for that.
I don't need to explain something that you've conspirized in your head. Okay. You have yet to prove. If you showed me secret video of them dropping astronauts off from a helicopter, I'd have to then explain that. Oh, you've invented this story, and now you're asking me to explain your invented story. You see how odd that is?
Okay, so let's talk about the horizon then.
Let's.
Where is it? Sorry.
Hey, just before you go on, we've got 700 people watching, guys. Thank you very much. Make sure you smash that like button, share the stream with your friends, but more importantly, with your enemies. And remember, our guys will be staying around to answer questions after the open discussion section. So please get your super chats in, or tag me, or I don't know, like pigeons, like tie something to their leg and just aim them towards my home. I'll get it. It's fine. Yeah. So you said something about horizons.
Well, before we do horizons, do you have an explanation or a full explanation about those southern flights being the same length, distance, speed as the northern flights?
Yeah, that all the science we have is created for the lie, right? Science was created to hide truth and give more meaning and authenticity to a lie. So when you can't explain the truth, they create this fake science on top of science. Like, so when it comes to trying to explain why we can see Chicago across the Lake Michigan or whatever, people are like, oh, it's reflection, refraction, and these scientists creates new theories, new science to explain away what really is just seeing across a flat level plane from one side to another.
So you don't believe light bends? You don't believe in refraction exists?
Okay, so
it does, right? So no one invented it to make an excuse. It needs to be included in the observation to then come to a proper conclusion. You don't ignore it and then go, I see too far. Forget refraction exists. I see too far, right? You need to include it. And then if you include it and it still doesn't make sense, then you have the point.
I know. I learned years ago that refraction and refraction and reflection and all that crap was made up when I found out how they tried to use that to explain rainbows. So rainbows, right? How are rainbows formed and what is needed for a rainbow to be formed? You need light, you need glass, a reflector, and you need water. They try to explain our vision and our perception of a rainbow is caused because rain is dropping and the light is hitting it, forming that. That doesn't make sense. What's really happening is the water above the firmament dome, which is the glass dome, which is the second reflector, is how we get the form of a rainbow. And it's not an arc, it's actually a full circle. And that's why perception is different. So from the ground, when you see a rainbow, we see it as an arc, right? Going from one end of the ground to another end of the ground. They say that the leprechaun's pot of gold is at the end of it. But if you're in a plane and you see that same rainbow, it's completely different to how we see it from the ground. It's a full circle, right? And it's flat and it's a projection.
It's not a circle this way. It's a circle this way.
But it's a circle. So it's like...
Yeah, a dome's not a circle, right?
So that could help explain at a closer perception as the stars in the firmament, as people seeing them different from the northern hemisphere as opposed to people in the southern hemisphere.
No. When you go up in altitude, you're seeing more of the rainbow. When you're on the ground, the bottom half of the circle is being blocked by the ground. The angles aren't right. When you go up higher, you're just seeing the entire rainbow, and it's a circle. It's a circle. It's not a dome. Okay. And there's no science that says the light needs to go through a glass before it goes through a raindrop to make a rainbow. No science at all. Zero. You just made that up.
No, we know that. All the signs of symbolism are there.
We don't make that.
Even
We don't know
the
that.
famous Pink Floyd logo with the rainbow coming out of the prism. So
a prism splits light. Yes, we understand that. That's the effect of the rainbow. The droplet of water is the prism. Where's the step before that where you need a dome with light going through it, then to prism, then it splits? Where's that?
So where's the second reflector? So if you're in the sky and you
That's
can
the
see
part
the rainbow,
you don't need. That's the part we just said you don't need. It only needs to go through the prism to be split.
And what is the prism? It's
the droplet of water.
firmament.
No, the droplet of water is the prism.
So how can we get a full circle rainbow from one droplet of water?
It's not from one droplet. It's from many, many droplets all in the atmosphere.
But if those droplets are dropping and continuously moving, right? Because gravity, why don't we see the rainbows continuously moving? Why is it still?
Switch my glasses up for this conversation.
There we go. We're getting through to them, guys. We're winning. Woo!
Rainbows don't prove a flat Earth. Okay. Thank you. Next,
it debunked the globe. That's for sure.
Let's go back. Let's go back to normalcy here. Okay. So you don't have an answer for the flights. I just want to make sure before we move on. Okay.
Because you don't have an answer for NASA's helicopter dropping those astronauts into the ocean.
I can prove those flights took place, and those people that fly those flight routes, they fly them, and guess what? Their flight times are 12 hours. They don't magically get off and go, shit, they said that was 12 hours, but man, that took 30 hours. I can't believe that flight took 30 hours.
I can give you flight paths, but I'm going to take my flight path with the NASA Chinook, dropping those pilots or whatever they are.
But you have to prove the astronauts were on that helicopter.
But I'm not agreeing to the map. That's not the biblical Earth's accurate map. It's obviously created by Freemason sodomites. It's close enough to the truth, but it's not the truth purposely, so we can be in the situation where the flight paths don't add up because one side takes 12 hours, the other side doesn't, right?
And no, they both take 12. They shouldn't. Right. They shouldn't, but they do. They do. It's not made up science. Pilots aren't hiding the fact that those flights take 30 hours, but they really take 12.
And that symmetry can work on a flat circular Earth.
Show it. Can you show it? How does it work?
We just know it can work.
How does it work on this? This distance is not the same.
Same way it works on northern and southern hemispheres on your ball. The same way you can get symmetrical flights on either side.
So you just have symmetry by magic symmetry. Forget that this is not symmetrical. Forget that this is not symmetrical. You just have symmetry because magic bally flat Earth.
No,
it's silly.
Is a human rendition of God's creation, and God's creation is perfect. Anything humans recreated is a disaster. So rainbows, we got you there with the rainbows, flight paths, NASA Chinook. Oh, we're knocking them out the ballpark. Go!
He got you, Globy. He got you.
It's juice box time.
This is what.
Did your mum pack you a juice box, Nico? That's cute.
No, I pack my own juice boxes and lunches. Thank you very much.
I've got the upgrade. I've got the Capri Sun.
Oh, okay. Big baller over here.
Mm-hmm. Get you with your little
minute thing on blood wine.
Your little Minute Maid garbage.
All right. Stuff. Hey. So what else? Horizons. Let me jump into Horizons.
I drink from the devil's chalice.
Because there's some alarming
Press 1 in the chat if you're a sodomite, by the way.
Yep. Where's all the sodomites?
Okay, Nico. So let's look at some of your points then, since you don't want to answer mine. I did have another question for you. What's your opinion on Admiral Byrd?
So Admiral Byrd is a Freemason sodomite. He's a perfect example of someone that practices the androgynous satanic cult. His middle name is Evelyn.
I'm sorry.
What kind of military admiral, commander, sergeant, general that is a 33rd degree Master Mason has a middle name like Evelyn?
You know, you're not born with, you don't choose your middle name, right?
His name is Evelyn. Obviously, clearly, his parents are part of the androgynous satanic cult.
Obviously.
It's the bloodline of Freemason sodomites. So obviously, you shorten Evelyn, you get the name Eve, right? And what did Admiral Byrd do? He was the person that was allowed and given access to take a military operation to the North Pole. And I'm telling you, they discovered the Garden of Eden. And then after they discovered that, they quickly went back and went to the south to Antarctica and discovered the firmament dome. Then he came back and told the media a fish story of lands beyond the ice wall, which gave birth to, yet again, space, right? So they removed the firmament, hid that, and tried to claim that there's lands bigger than the U.S. with the all sorts of resources, mountains of gold and stuff, emeralds. So yeah, I know all about Admiral Byrd.
Did you do your research from his diary? Is that where you're getting this from?
I read his diary, watched his interviews, everything. I know when
the diary wasn't his, right?
He died the year before NASA was formed and created, and the year after the Antarctic Treaty was formed. So there's the 3 years.
I just want to check my notes then.
56, 57, and 58. 1956.
Did you say that Admiral Byrd invented space? Was that? I just want to check the notes.
He invented lands beyond the ice wall space, right?
So there was no space before Admiral Byrd, right? Okay, got it.
That's the flat Earth theory, where there's multiple flat Earths, multiple the extra terraformer land nonsense. That's crap.
But what if he didn't say that? What if he didn't say what you're saying he said? What if he didn't say that?
He's a 33rd degree Master Mason.
So it doesn't matter what he actually said.
His middle name might as well have been Stephanie. Are you gonna trust the guy that has a female middle name or first name or last name, or trust a female with a male first name or last name? That's how you can tell that they are androgynous and part of Satan.
Lead singer of the Stereophonics is called Kelly.
Wow, this got fucking weird, dude. Yeah, I don't really typically care what people's names are. Yeah. Your name is King Nico. Right. I'm still talking to you.
Malish.
Okay,
Malish. Yeah, my name's Globy McGlobeface. Mr. McGlobeface to you. And you're still talking to me.
Yes, Mr. Globeface. So let's explain some of this
Horizon. That's a weird flex to take, is I don't like your middle name. You're a Freemason. That's a weird flex.
He is a Freemason. It's confirmed. It just adds to more what they're involved in.
All right.
So we have to bring it up, but I don't have
to. Really sorry I asked that question. Okay. Anyway, so Horizons. You want to talk about Horizons?
Yeah, so this is a picture from Wikipedia, which is from NASA. So this is one of NASA's Horizon pictures. I want you to explain what we're looking at here, because this is a ridiculous picture. Where's the Earth in this picture? Is the Earth this black spot up here or down here? Because if this is space, then the Earth is curving in the wrong way, right? So what is this? And obviously you can see, if you get closer, you can see the distortion where they tried to bend a straight horizon, because horizons are always straight.
What's the Wikimedia post about? Is there information about it? Oh, right there.
Yeah, so the horizon is the apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from this perspective of an observer on or near the surface of the relevant body. So
if you take that picture and you turn it 180 degrees, will you then recognize the curvature of Earth?
But where's the Earth in this picture? All I see is a line.
It's the top. It's the top half of the picture.
So you're telling me the top half is Earth, not the bottom half, because that wouldn't make sense, right? Because then it would be curving the wrong way.
Certainly, yeah, yeah.
So this is Earth up here. So we're looking at an upside down horizon then.
What's upside? Well, technically, to the way you're oriented on Earth right now, that's upside down. Yeah.
No, this is how NASA took the picture. They gave us an upside down horizon.
Well, there's no up and down in space, so it wouldn't really matter, would it? That space shuttle, this says it was taken from, the space shuttle.
Why'd they have to zoom in so much? Why couldn't they zoom out a bit to show us, the sun rising or whatever, and show the rest of the Earth in complete darkness? This is ridiculous.
Because go back, it tells you their height. 226 kilometers, 140 miles. You think you can see the entire Earth from 140 miles? You can't even see close to the entire Earth at 140 miles.
If you could leave the
This
atmosphere,
is 140 miles above the Earth right here. Can you see this? Like that. Probably probably less than that. You're only seeing this.
How? So if we can't get a picture of our Earth because, you know, that far distance is only a little blip, how do we get images of all the other, like Jupiter and all the other planets from light years away, right? So why can't they go to those distances and just look back? So, you know, those distances don't make sense when they traveled supposedly to other galaxies and nebulas and other parts of the universe. So on their way back to Earth with the data, they couldn't have had a video or picture slide time lapse of them returning to Earth and showing stuff like that. Why, you know, they always wait till they're only that close to get like a little tiny blip of the Earth.
No, there is. No, there is. There is video and pictures of the entire Earth from Jupiter, from Saturn, from other planets. There is. The problem with the picture you're seeing right now is that was not out in space. That was in Earth's orbit. So if you want to see an entire picture of Earth from far enough away to see the entire Earth, you could go to the Cassini spacecraft. You could go to oh wait, let me pause for the.
You don't need to go 240,000 kilometers away to get an image like that. I can just go to the beach at 5 a.m. and I'll get the same picture, right? So I don't know what the hell NASA's
of the one you just showed,
and how you guys are falling for it. Yes, of course. Of this one I just showed.
That one was from space.
You
don't see that kind of curvature from the beach.
I don't believe in space. You cannot get to space. So
what was that picture of? First of all, it was a terrible picture. I don't even know why you're showing it. There's so many better pictures.
This is NASA. This is what they have.
Great.
So
there's a lot better pictures than that. I don't know why you're showing the dark one that with the underexposed Earth there.
This is it.
Yeah, great. Okay.
Yeah, you get better pictures on Earth. You don't need to
Nico, let's do an experiment.
Yeah, let's go. Experiment time.
Pardon me while I share my screen. All right.
Flight pods. Oh, NASA, they've been caught. I can't believe you guys are in denial. In denial. Watching that NASA Chinook.
What's this? I'm going to speed it up for the sake.
Okay.
What are we looking at here?
We're looking at a high altitude balloon.
It was a rocket.
Not a rocket.
Let me rewind.
Clear fisheye lens. Okay, so that's the rocket.
And there's thank you for mentioning fisheye. There's the camera right here. He went through painstakingly testing several different cameras. Where's this video of it? And he chose the M10, which is a rectilinear lens. Here. So here's different versions of the lenses he's trying out. When he was testing it, he used a rectilinear lens. It's not a fisheye, and it's provable that it's not a fisheye. Okay, and these are the various lenses he tested. This was indeed a rocket. This is the rocket right here. We'll show it launching if you want. They show it uncut. Here, I'll show it from the start of the. Where are we? Here we go. So we can watch it uncut if you like.
50. Right on you. We're whole domino style.
They show it from a different angle right in a second here.
Lock out.
Here we go. Mind you, this is uncut. And you get some wobbling because it's spinning, blah, blah, blah. When it stops spinning, though, is the real juicy part. Matter of fact, everyone's probably bored. I'm going to... fuck it, I'll let it play.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see when that flat horizon's going to start bending out. Looking for the editing tricks.
Editing tricks? Where's the editing tricks?
I'm waiting for the horizon still flat right there.
Well, it's not. I could pause it and show you it's not, but it gets better because we're only at 100,000
might
feet.
look like it's bending because of the wobble. So when you take a pencil and start dangling a straight line like that, it looks like it's wiggling.
Yeah, Nico, that's why I preempted your wobbling, spinning question or statement by saying before you said that it's spinning right now. Let's wait till it stops spinning. I said that a second ago.
Go ahead, go.
By the way, you can pause it while it's spinning and see that it's curved easily, but see what's up and down?
What you're looking at is the rounding out of the edge of the earth, because that is what's curving. Otherwise, it's flat.
Rounding out of the edge of the earth, otherwise it's flat?
Obviously, remember, the flat earth is round. So
okay,
at a certain
like
height,
a plate?
Yeah, like a plate.
Okay, cool. So let me pause this for a second. So you see how this plate looks round, like you're saying? Like if we're looking here, and you're looking that way over, it looks round. Yeah. But if I tilt it, it looks more round. If I go this way, it looks more oblong. So the shape of a plate like this, it would be better if it was rigid. The shape of a plate like this is going to change the shape, the curvature rate as I change angles. It's going to look more oblong from this direction, more curved like a circle from straight on like this. So the angle of the camera, as the camera's angling around, would really drastically change the shape of the curvature you're seeing if this curvature was indeed from a flat plate like surface. It's the same reason you can look at a hi-hat in your house, like a light fixture. From an angle, it looks more oblong, but from right underneath it, looking up, it looks circular. So what I'm going to demonstrate here is, as you're watching this, the curvature rate stays the same the entire time. Doesn't matter which angle the camera is looking at the earth. There was a good spot. I like that spot. Let's look at that. See that?
Beautiful.
I mean, the fact that he got this is incredible. Where's the ice wall? Where's the dome?
It's not high enough.
Okay, I'll pause it here. I'll pause it here.
The ground looks like it's close, too close. It's just not adding up the footage.
Okay, I'm going to pause it when the horizon's at the lower part of the screen here. Okay, see it's down here, but below center frame. It's kind of curved. Can't even deny that that's curved. Okay.
Yeah, but because there's like look at the reflection of the lens in the glass, which is obviously curved around. It's could be given that distortion of a curve. So obviously the lens doesn't have a clear view of this said footage, so it's looking through another lens, a glass piece on the rocket, because you can see the reflection of the lens.
Are you telling me the glass cover is causing distortion?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, we can address that in a second. I'm going to pause it again mid-frame. I missed it. Right about there. I'm a little above. Still curved at the same rate of curvature. Top frame, still curved at the same rate of curvature, and this is provable. I've done overlays with Walter Bisland's model to prove that this is the same rate of curvature the whole time. So you think that this lens is now creating a globe Earth out of a flat Earth, right? He actually shows it. Let's see if I can find it real quick. I've made videos about that because some other flat earther claimed that as well. Here's the actual camera he used. A rectilinear M12 lens. Sorry, I think I said M10 initially. Where is it? There's one really good shot of it when it's being built. Damn, I wasn't prepared.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of supposed independent rockets go up. I've seen footage of rockets go up, spinning, and then boom, come to a stop because they hit the ceiling in the sky, the firmament.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I have.
Have you ever seen a yo-yo D-spin device? They're how rockets stop spinning once they reach apogee. they release these two long strings with weights on the end, which I could show you too. They fling outward and they stop the rocket from spinning. So what you were watching, that's the Go Fast rocket. You were watching that rocket video and it stopped spinning and it made a sound, a clunking sound. And you guys all say that's the sound of it hitting the firmament, but it's the sound of the yo-yo D-spin device deploying, which you can actually see in the video. You can see the strings come out with the weights on the end. So yeah, sorry, that's not it. Anyway, does this have it? Oh, yep, there we go. Oh, pause. Shit, I just missed it. So check this out. Can you see this? This is the glass covering the hole in the side of the rocket here. If you notice, I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if I can zoom in. The edge of the glass is right here. Okay. It's not a bubble. He cut this out to ensure the piece of glass he put in here was flat. You can see the glass here goes to the edge of the hole, the porthole, and then it comes down like this and then goes back to the edge of the porthole. It's not filling this entire thing. It's not a dome. Okay. It's a flat piece of glass. He purposely put that in there to prevent people like you from claiming that this was the lens, the glass causing some sort of magical curvature that doesn't happen.
It could be a concave or a convex lens. Then they can be flat and still give a distorted image.
A concave lens can be flat. You want to rethink that statement?
But there are other lenses that can give. Like I've worn glasses for many years, and yeah, not just the fisheye lens is capable of curving the horizon.
What shape are your glasses? I have them right here. They're curved, right? Are they they're convex? I mean, that's the point of lenses. They're convex. It's refocusing the light into your eyes, right? Can you look through those lenses and see straight lines? See horizontal lines? Or is everything you look at globes? You just look everywhere. Every shelf looks like a globe. My blinds look like a globe. Everything's globy. Ooh, globy.
Yeah, when I was younger, I had like these glasses where everything seemed like it was curved around me. Just it was weird. I've had some weird lenses as I've gone through my vision problems growing up, but now I just wear contacts and I don't like the lens. Yeah. So when you put on glasses, first of all, they sit on your nose. So there's a distance from your eyes to the lens to what you're looking at. And that is what I had an issue with. And I didn't like that distance. So when I put the contact lenses on, then there's on the eye, so I don't get that distortion. I find when with glasses, no matter the lens, it distorts reality and gives curve to certain things.
What shape are your contact lenses?
They're
concave or convex, whatever you're looking at. Convex.
To fit on the eye.
Do you walk into walls all the time because of your glasses?
I always walk into. Yeah. I can't write on a table. Every time I try to find the table, it's all curved. Yeah, I try to put my book down on it.
Me trying to pick up a glass at a restaurant, it's just devastation. Missing the plate and all sorts.
I mean, Nico, you see how crazy it is to say that a flat lens imposes curvature that makes it look like a globe.
I have it right here. So while fisheye lenses are known for their extreme distortion and curved images, ultra-wide angle lenses, even those that aren't fisheye, can make the horizon appear curved due to their wide field of view, which exaggerates Earth's curvature. So there's the ultra-wide angle lens, the fisheye lens, the rectilinear ultra-wide angle lens.
So what does the rectilinear lens do?
That's the lens he was doing. These lenses, while also ultra-wide, preserve straight lines, but still exaggerate the Earth's curvature, making the horizon appear curved. There's the barrel distortion lens, but I believe in that rocket video, he was using the rectilinear ultra-wide angle lens, which curves the horizon. There you go. It just says it right here.
You see this picture, Nico? This is a fisheye lens. You see how it's just it's curving the bottom?
Yeah.
And then curving the top the opposite way, right? What's this doing right here? Maybe it's hard to see. Let me zoom in. Does that look straight to you? You know why that's straight? You know why that's undistorted?
Where? Which? What do you? Sorry. What
This line right here.
Yeah. Okay. That's not straight because what's happening is that it's being pulled forward, so it's kind of curving. But because we're at the perspective we're looking at it, it looks straight, but it's curved.
Nico, you know I'm talking about downward curvature, not like a bowing towards us.
I'm just saying, like it's weird.
I'm talking about if this was the horizon of Earth, that's straight and flat.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. It's not curving downward like the bottom is or the top is of this picture. Okay.
Okay, but at the bottom, they could use the lens and add that could be the horizon, and they say, look, the horizon's curving, just like the picture on Wikipedia.
That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. So this is not curving downward or upward because the center of a fisheye is undistorted. Barrel distortion does not occur in the middle of the lens. It curves horizontal lines at the top of the picture downward, and the opposite below center frame. It curves them upward. Through the center, they're straight. Do you know what this means? You know what we can take out of this information?
Okay, but we're talking about the lens used on the rocket, and was he not using a rectilinear?
He was using a rectilinear. Yes, he was.
And that curves the horizon.
The same as a fisheye would, right?
Well,
that's why I'm showing you fisheyes.
But we're talking about the lens used, which also curves the horizon.
Yeah, I think you're missing the point. So the point is barrel distortion, whether it's rectilinear, which minimizes any distortion, that's the point of the lens, or if it's a fisheye lens, which has extreme barrel distortion, through center frame of the picture, it's not going to be distorted. Even less so with a rectilinear, because fisheye is the most distortion. Anything through center frame, here's another example, is going to be straight. It's going to be undistorted if it's exactly center frame. Why are these straight here? Center frame. Why are these straight here? Center frame. Anything center frame is not distorted. I mean, you got the point yet, right? So if we look at this video and you want to claim this is somehow distortion, then we can easily just stop the video when it's center frame and prove everything you said is wrong. Right there. There's center frame for you. No distortion, fisheye or not, no distortion, still curved. If this was this, it would be straight. If it was a flat horizon, it'd be straight. It's not a fisheye lens. And if it was a fisheye lens, as it went up here, it would be more curved than it is. And if it was down below center frame, it'd be concaving. It would be bowing up like a smiley face here. Matter of fact, while you're contemplating your life choices right now, I'm going to show you ignore my my recommendations. My kids steal my YouTube all the time. Little piggy balloon, high altitude.
You're a bit quiet there, Nico. You seem stunned. Everything okay?
No, I'm happy. I just pretty much debunked that whole rocket video with the rectilinear lens as exaggerating the horizon. I don't know why we're bringing up fisheye lens, but
you brought it up.
Did I step out? Oh, I must have stepped out.
It's not the only lens.
Whether it's fisheye or rectilinear, you're claiming distortion curves horizontal lines.
Yeah,
so
exaggerate a curvature.
It's all the same distortion. It's just levels of the distortion. A rectilinear is minimal distortion. and then the scale goes to the right, a fisheye is at the other end where it's maximum distortion. It really looks barrel distortion, really looks curved. Okay. Those are the differences. But either way, through center frame, it doesn't distort anything. That's what I'm showing you. Now, what I got on my screen here is a flat earth video from Flat Earth Pages. It's 121,000 feet. Okay. You guys show this thing. You might have even shown this. I don't know. I've seen it all the time. Okay. They claim this is flat earth, right? But it cuts off at 4 minutes and 29 seconds. And there's a reason for that. Look at all these videos, all flat earth channels. They all cut off at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, except for one, which is this one. And this is not a flat earther channel. This is more of the original video that you can't find anymore. And what happens after 4 minutes and 30 seconds is this balloon pops.
Are you sharing something? I can't see it.
I mean, I am. Is it not showing it?
I'm just going to share it again, maybe.
I think everyone else can see it. There we go.
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay, good. So I'll go back. So these are all different flat earth channels here, all 4 minutes and 30 seconds long, except for this one. Okay. And this is a flat earth video that people love to show. Flat earthers, look how flat it is, right? But what they don't show you is after the 4 minutes and 30 second mark, which is where flat earthers cut the video off to not show you any more of it, the balloon pops. Let me get to it. Okay. The balloon pops right about here. And then you can obviously see this is a fisheye lens. The whole time, flat earthers claiming this is proof of flat earth while using a fisheye lens. And this is going to display to you what I was just saying a second ago. Okay. Balloon pops, and you can see the horizon goes concave at the bottom, like a smiley face, right?
Yeah.
And then it goes super curved at the top. Super curved at the top. All right. See, it's wobbling all around. This is what a fisheye does when the horizon's above center frame and below center frame. It super curves it at the top and concaves it at the bottom. Okay. That's how you know this video is not a fisheye. It never does any of that. It's always the same rate of curvature. And it's not NASA. It's a private guy who just launched this rocket.
Always the same rate of curvature that the lens is given off.
Okay, so your answer to this is the lens is curving the flat earth.
Yes, sir,
okay.
Mr. Gobi.
All right, fine. We can move on.
No,
I'll take the L on that.
Right, we've got about 20 minutes left on open discussion, guys. Okay. If you want to go longer, up to you guys. After that, we'll be getting into Q&A. There's a few questions already. If you guys want to get in some more questions, make sure you either super chat or tag me or something. Smoke signals work, so just set fire to your nearest flat earther's house and use a blanket. I'm sure I'll get the message.
Okay, you brought up spin. We don't feel the spin.
Yeah, Michelson project, the Sagnac project, many projects, no curvature. We're stationary. And still to this day, with all the modern tools, no one can prove that we're moving or spinning. All we keep doing is proving that we're on a flat, motionless plane.
So would you agree that feeling spin is a sense we have, one of our senses?
Yes.
Okay. We have certain things inside of us that tell us that we're moving or falling or whatever's happening, right?
Well, look at our bodies. Look at the way the human body's made up. We're 70% water. If the world was spinning, we'd be a disaster. Like we wouldn't be able to function.
We would just be peeling apart.
Yeah, my stomach at the moment, like if I could stand up too fast, I might throw up. You know what I mean? It's that sensitive. So if we were on a spinning ball.
Did you show us?
Stand, yeah, do it right now.
Let me see.
Go.
You know, that's an over exaggeration, but in certain scenarios, if you're in a car, you go over the hill and the car raises and goes down, up, down quickly, you get that sensation. It's like, whoa.
But that's happening pretty quick, right?
Right.
So, how'd the name come off the back of your jacket? Did you switch jackets?
No, that's on there.
Oh, I thought I didn't. Oh, it's up high. I didn't see it when you spun around. I thought you did a wardrobe
change. Did your
change.
mum iron that on for you, Nico?
Yeah, whatever you want to claim and believe is and keeps you happy. Yep, Mummy ironed it on.
I was just wondering, because I mean, I don't imagine you're allowed to use hot things without someone around, are you? I mean,
yeah. So
you got to unplug it. You got to make sure you unplug it, Nico, when you're done.
Yeah.
So, all right. So listen. So, because you don't feel the Earth's rotation, that is your proof it's not happening.
Well, yeah, and amongst other things, while doing other things that are supposed to counteract and go against or with that motion, you don't feel it, right?
Okay,
You know,
but you're talking about feeling things, feeling this, feeling spinning, whatever, feeling falling. Okay.
So if the Earth is spinning, so let's take motor racing, for example, Formula One, they calculate in certain corners where a car is driving so fast, straight line, and then they go around a corner, they'll experience 5 G-forces. That's 5 gravitational. So they can measure that from a car just going that way. Where's the measurements and the science for the Earth spinning? How did they get 5 Gs from one corner, but they can't give us a full explanation of the Earth spin with this? I'm guessing centrifugal force and all this stuff, right? We're too small to feel it. The Earth's too big.
How long do you estimate it takes a stock car in NASCAR to go around the track one time? You ever go to one of those things? It's crazy.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of racing. Yeah.
Let's say a few seconds.
Yeah. So the speed, the moving, there's all kinds of science and physics involved, right?
So it's that's my point, though. From one point to get around back to the same point takes.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's
20
amazing.
seconds. I don't even know. I'm guessing here.
Yeah,
20
let's just say
seconds.
20 seconds to do a lap around an oval.
For the Earth to do the same thing, it takes 24 hours. So imagine going to a stock car race and watching cars go around the track one time every 24 hours.
Woo!
Would you pay for that?
No.
No, it'd be boring as fuck. Right?
Nico, you have to think about that answer.
Yeah.
Look,
you know
I'm
why
thinking
you
from
wouldn't
a
pay
private
for it?
perspective, I'm like, would I race that? I'm like, no way. That'd be the most boring race ever. Yeah.
It would be. That's the speed of the Earth's rotation. Do you think if you were in that stock car, you would feel that?
So that's how you're proving that Earth is a globe. And
this is how I'm proving your logic is false. Do you think you would feel if you were in that car driving? Do you think you would feel that?
Of course you feel it.
You would feel that.
Feel 5G forces.
No. When I didn't say 5G. I said going around the track one time in 24 hours. We can calculate how fast you'd have to go to get that to happen. It's almost not moving.
Okay. That's just you're watching it though. We're not watching it. We're sitting on it. We're living life on it. So get all the people, instead of sitting in the stands watching the NASCAR race, let them stand and sit on one of the cars going around 20 seconds a lap.
You're avoiding the point. You're avoiding the point. So I'm gonna interrupt you because you're avoiding the point.
You're taking us off of a spinning ball and making us view it as a NASCAR race. We're not viewing it. We're living on it.
I'm changing the scenario from the car going way faster than the Earth to a car going the speed of Earth, and showing you that if you take that car and make it go the speed of the Earth, it's almost not moving. You want to think it's 5Gs going around. I'm on the Earth going. It's not. If I spin my chair right now one time in 24 hours, you come back tomorrow. All right, I'm doing it. You see me moving? I have to make one circle in 24 hours, Nico. Do you feel the 5Gs? That's how fast the Earth's going, man. One turn in 24 hours.
So it would take a NASCAR, if they took 24 hours to do one lap, they would be going 0.129 miles per hour.
Thank you for calculating that.
Okay, so
do you think 0.12 mile per hour you would feel around?
We are on that NASCAR. We maybe not be the size we are now, but we'd be the size of, say, a speck of dust in that NASCAR going around that speed. That speck of dust with the windows open because the atmosphere is open, right? We're moving. That speck of dust is going to be tossed around and thrown completely out and off of that stock car, how come it's not
at 0.12 mile per hour? Is that what you said? 0.12?
0.129, yeah.
0.129. At 0.129 miles per hour. Do you maybe you need kilometers per hour, or do you work in miles per hour? I don't know. I don't. You want me to convert it for you?
I'll be 3 kilometers. That's quick enough.
Okay. Do you know 0.129 miles per hour is almost zero?
No, you said 1.29.
No, 0.129. 0.129.
So that's a calculation as the equivalent of the Earth's 666,600 miles per hour cut down to scale. I don't know. And who came up with that? Craig came up with that calculation. Not a fish story.
Okay, good.
I mean, I didn't invent the maths.
Yeah.
Well, we could do math. Don't make me have to bring out some gematria. I'll crush that whole globe theory, but we'll save that.
So all you need is the length of the track, right? Over 24 hours. Now you have the time it takes to go around that length of track, and suddenly you have your time it takes. Right? It's very, very straightforward. Or your speed, or your speed. I'm sorry.
Must be
the speed it takes. Yeah, it's not that difficult. So the point is, okay, another example. Do you always, maybe sometimes, but do you always feel when oh shit, you're outdoing me. Do you always feel when a mosquito lands on you?
Yeah,
Yeah? No. Don't you dare say yes.
Any bug.
You feel all mosquitoes when they land on you? Fucking superhuman.
Touches me, I'm looking, and I can't stand bugs. So
I didn't say bite you. You feel when they bite you.
Land on you. Land on me, walk on me. That doesn't feel like the breeze blowing through my hair. If it feels like it's got little legs and antlers,
I'll remind you, it's a sin to lie, Nico.
I will feel the bugs. I cannot have ants or anything minuscule.
I didn't say does it bother you, or what you can't have.
I feel it. I can feel it. Yeah.
You're gonna tell me you feel mosquitoes land on you?
On your bare skin?
Yeah.
Yes, I will feel something.
They're literally designed so you don't feel them. You've never gotten a mosquito bite before you realize the mosquito has landed on you? You're the one human on Earth. You're the one human on Earth.
Listen,
that's
when you're
never gotten a mosquito bite,
you're not gonna feel it because you're all caught up with whatever's going on. But if you're just sitting around and you're taking it easy and something lands on you before biting you, specifically a mosquito, I don't care if it's designed to be the world's best ninja assassin, you're gonna feel it, right? If
you're not
distracted.
No, you're not. They're designed so you don't feel it. And even if you're distracted, point's still the same. You're distracted, but you don't feel it. Okay. Your senses are limited. You have limits to your senses. You can't see in the dark. You need a certain amount of light, photons, to enter your eye in order for your eye to register it. But something like, I don't know, a cat would be able to see in that same darkness.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's the sense then. That's
the point. Your senses have limits. The limits of your senses for acceleration happen to be about 0.2 meters per second squared. This has been tested and studied. For rotational acceleration, 0.2 meters per second squared. You need to be moving faster than that, or at least that, to feel yourself rotate or accelerate.
So
anything less, and like I said, anything less, and you're sitting in this chair rotating one time in 24 hours, you're not going to feel it. Okay.
So is that the science you're going to use to explain away the 8 inches per square mile that we can't?
No, this is the science I'm using to explain why the Earth's acceleration, rotational, the centripetal acceleration
I think I know what you're saying,
no, you don't.
Toby.
The centripetal acceleration of the Earth is 0.04 meters per second squared.
So
it's
because
way
of
less
centripetal rotation
than the
that's
minimum.
At 0.4, and because the Earth is spinning at that speed, that's why we can't calculate Earth's curvature at 8 inches per square mile. Because the damn thing is spinning, right?
This is getting bad.
Hold
Hold on. I didn't never mentioned Earth's curvature.
Let me see the chats. I see all these nib-nobs in the chat talking their nonsense. You all are getting school today, education. Dr. King Nico in the house.
We're pulling out. It's
gonna
be,
check. The Earth's curvature is 8 inches per square mile. Nico, is that right?
Yes, 8 inches per square
You can calculate the Earth curves 8 inches every 8 inches per square mile, and that can't be calculated. I'm guessing because Globee just gave us a spinning Earth science that makes sense. If the Earth is spinning that way, then we won't be able to calculate it because it's constantly moving.
Hold it closer to the camera, Globee.
I'm actually trying to mirror it. Here we go. There we go.
Holla.
Focus, you son of a gun.
For $1.
Oh, my camera doesn't want to focus, but you can read that. Here's your straw man card, Nico. Okay. I never said that had anything to do. You want me to read it? You know what a straw man is, right? Misrepresenting someone's arguments to make it easier to attack. So I never mentioned any of that had to do with Earth's curvature precisely, but the Earth's rotation is not felt because it's less than the minimum our senses can detect.
So,
and that happens because the Earth is so big.
So is that because we're on the surface? What about when we're flying, or if we're NASA astronauts and if we're at the moment of leaving Earth's atmosphere, at that point, will you feel or experience some kind of motion from the Earth or see it? Because you're right on the edge of space and the Earth is moving. So if you're leaving it, how do they stay within its motion and spin if they exited it? So how do NASA, and how do they get back onto it on something that's moving and spinning so damn fast through endless space?
I'm going to play the Dunning-Kruger card.
That's
the best I can do to that. I don't even know what you asked.
Globee, do you burnt toast, or is that just me?
He's going to take that as a victory. Look at him. Oh my God. The narcissism of flat earthers never ceases to amaze me.
Biblical earther, because the Bible is the truth. God wrote it and gave it to us. I'm just here proving it, baby.
Okay.
Everything. I know.
I see so many chats. I see that's my name. Don't wear it out and don't misspell it.
Okay. Well, look, so if you're accelerating away from the Earth, you're going to feel that because you're accelerating faster than your minimum senses can detect. So yes, when you're in a rocket, that's why you have things like G-forces that they measure, right? The space shuttle was designed to not exceed 3 Gs because the human, just to keep the astronauts safe.
So how did Sonny Williams, that 60-year-old hag, survive all of those forces on exiting, surviving in space for 9 months, and then returning home?
She's not here.
And her headed.
Nico, she's not here, so let's not insult her because she doesn't have the chance to defend herself. Let's stay classy. Yeah.
Can you show me your analysis on the forces that she felt during her journey?
Yeah, I'm sorry I even brought her up. Oh my God.
I'm curious. Well, you're asking how she survived all these forces. So certainly you've done some sort of analysis on the forces that she felt.
Yeah, I just believe at her age and at her visual lack of health and fitness, she should have been disintegrated into a million pieces.
By what forces?
You'd expect someone like, an athlete in the prime of their health and conditioning and like to be an astronaut, but no, they get these Freemason sodomites out of the lodge, whichever lodge it is, to go up there and play actor and play space.
I'm sorry, by what forces?
Well, yeah, I don't believe that these people, if this Earth and all that science was real, would be able to survive, let alone the launch.
By what forces?
From the thrust forces from the rocket taking off, then the forces
which are what?
Spinning as they're leaving Earth's atmosphere, which is spinning at 66,600 miles per hour, right? And also in motion, so
Nico, what's
we don't feel it because we're on Earth, but they would definitely
they would feel yes, sure, they would
be destroyed by that
Nico,
kind of
Nico, Globee asked if you could actually tell him what the forces are, though. You just said a bunch of things. Could you just actually give us the forces involved, like calculate them for us?
There are no forces. It's fake crap. I'm not buying into this.
You said they
crap.
would die from the forces. So certainly you've done that analysis in order to come to the conclusion they would die from the forces, right?
Yeah, from exiting a system that has gas contained in it into a vacuum, right, of space, it doesn't add up. There's no way they'd be able to survive. There's no human technology to account for that kind of science.
There's a whiteboard on Zoom. If you put the whiteboard up, Nico, you could run us through the maths. That would be wonderful.
Like I said, I got my maths, but it's going to take.
Well, show us, please. Yeah, there's a whiteboard function on Zoom, so just bring up the whiteboard and just run us through the maths. I think we'd all enjoy that.
I see Max says that he's a sodomite in the chat. I don't know why he's saying.
Oh yeah, so sodomite crew in the house.
Oh, I think that was during your debate with him. I think I saw that, right? I think he asked you a question and you said yes, and then that made you a sodomite based on a definition of sodomites.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Along those lines, but those
does that make you a Freemason too?
Those lines are blurred and distorted, and
they're blurred.
Lens.
All right, Nico.
Yeah, so if you click more, you can bring up whiteboard, Nico, and then just just type the maths. Show us the maths.
That's not my science. I'm trying to prove it. I'm saying that stuff's fake, so I don't need to.
How would you calculate the force? What is the formula for force?
Exactly. I'm waiting to see those numbers from NASA and how Sonny Williams were able to survive those forces and the thrust and the.
Don't you think it's a bit disingenuous for you to come to a conclusion
question there,
that they would die from something if they did it because the forces would kill them, but you have no idea what those forces 100%. Are? Don't you think that's disingenuous?
There's a lot less forces that we can calculate on Earth that people would die from, let alone thrusting into space and dealing with that kind of those kind of math and numbers, right?
Again, don't you think it's disingenuous that you're concluding that without knowing anything about it?
No, I know too much about it. To know
so then what is it? I'm asking you what it is. What are the forces?
The only thing they survived were acting in a studio and survived the Chinook helicopter flight from the base to the ocean.
No. I didn't ask you more conspiracies. I asked you about the forces. The forces. I don't want to do it, but if you keep changing the subject, you're gonna get the keys.
Okay, what forces are you trying to get?
The forces. An explanation you said you know which forces. We've been talking about them for 20 minutes. The forces on the astronaut launching into space. What forces would have killed her?
Yeah, you said that she would be disintegrated
into pieces,
I think.
He did say disintegrated.
As they're leaving Earth's atmosphere that is spinning and moving.
At a certain speed, we're getting closer. At a certain speed.
Yeah.
Right.
How come they're not getting crushed by these forces that are moving at such high speeds and they're only in a human man-made rocket? Right? So how are they able to survive exiting Earth's atmosphere and get to this space, to the space station, to view the Earth and still, be a part of all those forces? So that's what the science doesn't make sense. And let me guess, there's more science that's created to be like, oh, but they're still a part of the tail or the slipstream that the Earth has. You haven't fully left it. So after the atmosphere, let me guess, there's a tail that you can still drag along with the motion of the Earth. You hear the fish story they're trying to pass on?
I saw you look up at him. I saw you look up at him for a second. It worked. There we go. Forces. You're on some stories. You're on stories. Okay.
Yeah, to fit the magic and the Disney that you guys are trying to pass off.
Okay, all you have to say is, I don't know what the forces are. I can't calculate the forces. I'm assuming that she would die from these forces because I just have to say some nonsense. I'm a flat earther. You could have just said that instead of trying to like.
You're there in a NASA shirt, and those forces never once crossed your mind that your mind was allowed to let this person fake the story, go up to space, stay there for 9 months, and come back, and you had no questions.
I believe I specifically said that the space shuttle was limited. They designed the thrust output of the shuttle to maximize the forces felt by the astronauts to 3 Gs. I said that before. So I have thought about this. I'm not exactly sure what the limits of the SpaceX launches are. I've never looked into it. I'm sure it's about the same. Okay. There's a limit for a reason so that they don't die. If they just built the fastest, strongest rocket ever that accelerated faster than any other rocket ever did, they might apply too many Gs to the astronauts and they might die. But they don't do that. They limit the thrust for that reason.
Yeah.
And you can calculate that based on the acceleration profile of the
all these
shuttle.
Calculations are coming out. They'll be coming out. Maybe not right now, but this stuff is ridiculous.
Do you think you could give us a date that we could look forward to, or a rough estimate? Maybe that'd be wonderful.
I'll have it ready for the next debate, probably.
You want to debate me tomorrow?
No. When are we doing top left? I've been waiting almost a month for that stuff. We were waiting.
Yeah, I had to move home.
You're moved now. You're in a lot more dark. I'm not used to seeing you sitting in the dark like this, but it's nice.
Yeah, it's called soundproofing. I had to move home, and I'm decorating my new home. The video is almost made and ready, but
almost. I rushed to get mine done within a week. Had to suffer anxiety thinking this thing was, had to be done.
Yeah, I had to move home because my home was destroyed by a storm. So, that's Wednesday, but we could debate me tomorrow and show me this maths. That'd be wonderful.
I can't tomorrow because we're debunking TFE and that fish story tomorrow with Edward Hendry.
Well, can I join you for that?
Oh yeah, for sure.
There you go.
What time is it?
7 tomorrow night. Eastern.
Okay, sounds fun. Right, we've got about 2 minutes left on open discussion. Is there anything else you guys want to quickly talk about?
What year was the globe invented? Do we know this?
Oh, you want to speak about? Okay, let's speak of creation. So,
well,
the Bible says, according to genealogy, Earth is 6,029 years young. Earth was created 4,004 years before Christ. So from Adam to the Great Flood brings us to the year 1656 Anno Mundi, since the year of the world. Jesus was born.
Okay, all that's great. All that's great. We only have 2 minutes. I didn't ask the history of the Bible. I asked, when did whoever's in charge invent the globe to start pushing that lie?
I don't know. You tell me. And what did it sound like? What did this Big
you.
Bang sound like? Kablam, not kaboom.
I was asking you. I didn't know if the Freemasons did it at some specific point.
The universe came into existence through kablam.
Was it 1958 when NASA was invented? Like when was it?
Yeah, 1958. NASA was invented. 1957. Evelyn Bird died. 1956. Antarctic Treaty.
That's what I mean. Was the Earth a globe before that, or was it just like at that point?
No, because Universal Studios knew Earth was a globe long before NASA did, and they're just the movie studio. I don't know how they were able to figure that one out without rockets and space.
Well, probably because everyone knew it was a globe before NASA was invented.
It's possible. Someone wanted people to know
everyone.
It was a globe. There's no way before space and NASA anyone would have ever wanted or ever thought of a spinning ball in a universe unless someone told them that it was that way.
Yeah, you know how how all that was determined. The motions of the things in the sky. It's amazing when you actually look at it. They only work on a globe when you look at it. Now you can argue heliocentric versus geocentric, but they all require a spherical Earth for the observations in the sky to work. Hence my presentation of the stars, the sun paths, all of that only works on a globe. There's a South Celestial Pole that only works on a globe. Where's the South Pole? Can we point to it?
There is no South Pole.
Oh, sure there is. It's where Sigma Octantis is, that star that's opposite Polaris.
All that matters is the North Pole, and everything is there. That's the North, and everything that goes away from the North Pole is the South.
Sure, but if you're in Australia, like I showed in my presentation, looking south this way, you see all the stars spinning clockwise in a circle, And in the center of that circle is Sigma Octantis, or better known as Polaris Australis. So how can that be here, circling, looking south, right? Picture it this way. Looking south towards my chin, everything's circling. At the same time over here, looking south, everything's circling around Sigma Octantis. At the same time over here, everything looking south is circling around Sigma Octantis. There's no symmetry, buddy. It can't work unless you can come up with, well, you can. It's called magic. But okay,
right.
Let's move on to the questions.
With that, yeah, let's go to the Q&A. Guys, thank you very much for that. If you guys have any questions, please get your super chats in. There's currently a super chat goal. If we get another 14 super chats, then me and Nico will do a push-up competition live.
There we go.
Yep, get those comments and super chats in, you sodomites.
So how many push-ups do you think you can do in a row, Nico?
I don't know. I could safely say 40 to 60 at the moment. I'm not trying to brag or show off, but yeah, there's nothing special.
Right.
Impressive.
Maybe it's more. I don't know.
You can angle your camera down and show us. That'd be amazing. Yeah. 3 Rons, $2 says, Nico, why are you so clueless as to how bad you are at debates?
Well, I'm not a debater, but because I am debating against liars and masons, and I'm using the Bible and the truth, this has become easy for me, and it's amazing to become the Mike Tyson, the most unbeatable person in the debate community. It's mind blowing. So I'm grateful for this opportunity to give a spanking to all these globe shills.
So what you're saying is you could get beaten by Jake Paul.
Well, yeah, when I'm like 70, maybe if I'm desperate for money, then we can rig something that way for sure.
So which point did I lie about tonight? And can you prove I lied about it?
No, the points you came were points that the lying government, the lying science, and the research that was created to be science and be fact, right? Just because they came up with it and signed their names and put a certificate on it and gave someone an award for it doesn't make it true, right? So because people would believe that, because the science community says this is, it's got a red tag on it, it's got to be, Harvard teaches it,
So I'm not lying, but the science I'm basing my facts on are lying.
You're regurgitating lies. That's it. That has been passed off as truth.
But I didn't say anything tonight that had anything to do with government science that's indoctrinated to me.
You're wearing a NASA top. It all comes from these organizations, these entities.
But I didn't bring up any science. The sun paths aren't science that I was indoctrinated with. You can go observe the sun yourself. How does it turn to your left from Australia? Or say you're in South America and you're looking this way. Australia's over there. The sun's going towards Australia. It has to be, but it doesn't set that way. It always sets this way. It sets that way all the time. Things like this are impossible.
Yeah, just shrug your shoulders, Nico. Hey, Nico, I've got a question for you. Objectively, what is worse, wearing a NASA top or having your mum iron on your name to your not military top?
I like my name. I'd rather wear my name than NASA's deception name.
So right. Yeah. You ever notice when you go to events, you're the only one with a name tag?
I'm liking this one here. Instead of kaboom or kablam, it's kablooey.
Yeah, we get to that. Michela for 199 says, Nico, are you looking forward to winning top left?
Speaking of top left, yes, I've been looking forward to it and anticipating my win for the whole month now, well past due. So I had enough.
I do apologize that Mother Nature destroyed the home that I lived in with my children.
Sorry, I didn't know you had full control over it. So I apologize for being excited over it after I found out I was nominated and, had a huge chance of winning. I can't see it panning out any other way.
You want to win top left?
Whatever it is, I'll take it. Winning's winnings, right?
Wow. Jack Fetter, $1.99 says, Nico, how come you're so arrogant. Are you like the king of the arrogant, ignorant idiots?
No, I'm just here bringing the truth. That's if that comes across as arrogance to you, then you're obviously submerged in too many lies. And if you've been watching this guy for too long, then yeah, I think that's exactly what it is.
Talking about lies, Andreas Eldritch 56 says, Nico, you claim the earth is exactly as the Bible describes. Since when does a circle have 4 corners?
When it's enclosed in a box that we don't have the privilege of access to, but it is described in the book of Enoch as Enoch's visions describe the earth and how the waters above and around us are contained.
How many Christian sects use the book of Enoch? I can think of one.
The Ethiopian, the Hebrews, the born-again Christians, you know, anyone that doesn't...
Hebrews aren't Christians, just so you're aware. Any thoughts on that, Globy?
No.
He makes your brain switch off, doesn't he? It's amazing.
It's fantastic. Can I let me just okay, if I read a science textbook, Nico, and it's written, you know, by whoever, whatever scientist, we're not going to believe that, right? Or at the bat, we should verify these things, right? Especially since a lot of these people in the education system are Freemasons, right? Rockefellers, right?
Yeah, we're learning.
So we don't want to just believe things that are written by these people without verifying. I would agree with that. We shouldn't just believe what we read, right? I would think you agree with that. So who wrote the Bible?
So this is how it goes. Obviously, back then there was a connection with God. Man could speak to God and hear the voice of God, and God could speak to man. Obviously, the Bible talks in Genesis of how Adam, Eve, and God, there was full-on discussions between man and God. There was a spoken word. And then after they fell, that connection obviously got cut off. But before it got cut off, God commanded his word to be written, and this is how we got the Bible. So it was written by man who was able to still have communication and hear the voice of God and communicate with him and write down what he requested of them.
But you learned what you just said to me from those men who wrote that in the Bible. So if I was writing the Bible and I told you, believe me, I talked to God, therefore God told me this is true, and this is the word of God. That's called begging the question. Or if you can read this backwards, it's called Antith Gwipith Narupt. I can't read backwards.
It sounds better that way.
Kind of does. Sounds like from Evil Dead.
Hey, Nico, a lot of the chat are asking, where's your cap and can you please put it back on?
Oh yeah, no hat today. So when I wear the hat, everyone's like, "Oh, take off the hat. Why are you wearing a hat? Why is it forward?"
Yeah, they regret saying that. They're all saying, we understand why you wear a hat. I don't get it. A Myrtle Merc with their first super chat on the channel, popping their cherry, says, Nico, do you believe everything the Bible says?
Absolutely everything the Bible says. It has shown me the truth. Why would you not trust when it has shown you? It's never lied and never been wrong.
It was a bunch of men.
So according to the Bible, according to the Bible, pi is 3. Is that right?
3.14, right?
No. According to the Bible, pi is 3, not 3.14. Just 3.
And then it's 3.
Oh, right. You just broke the universe. Good job.
Oh, so pi is for the universe, which doesn't exist. I get it. Yeah.
Oh, right. You've just got the puny god that can just create the snow globe. I see. Is that right? What about you, Globy? Do you think everything the Bible says is true?
Yeah. What are you guys' thoughts on the Bible? Am I the only one here that reads the Bible and trusts in its word?
I tend not to believe a book written by a bunch of men that told me something exists without being able to verify it.
Sounds good.
If you want to take the word of those men as facts that they were speaking with God, go ahead. The Bible, in a lot of ways, has some very helpful things in it for people's general lives. It's great. Go for it. But it's not.
Yeah,
it's not the word of God.
I'll take that book over any modern science journal textbook, which was written by men, that was funded by government, that say they performed an experiment and shared the results. I've not taken their word.
But you just said written by men. The Bible was also written by men. Why is it not okay here?
Yeah.
Okay there.
Those men were funded by God and his word. Science
funded by
modern men are funded by government.
Says
government,
them.
not God. Government do consider
How did
themselves
God? How did God fund people? Nico, bad brain sore. Nomadic for $5 says everything Nico said about the pyramids I made through CGI and sets. Nico, can you prove me wrong?
What about the pyramids? That
no. They're saying that they created the pyramid hoax. They created all that stuff that you've seen recently. And can you prove them wrong? They did it as a joke.
These theories of cities and underground structures beneath the pyramids have been shared by flat earthers, biblical earthers, long before this past week, and hope.
Yeah, he created them ages ago. That's what he's saying. He created all those images that you've seen. Can you prove him wrong?
Whether he created them or not, the idea and that theory has long been known and discussed and theorized between truthers regarding the pyramids and the desert that was once flooded, which is why it's a desert, right? So
yeah, but he's saying he started that theory.
Oh, okay.
So can you prove him wrong?
No, he said he did it. He did it. There's nothing to prove wrong or right. Doesn't change that I knew with or without his theory being created or not.
Why do you believe the scientists using technology invented through indoctrination who scanned the ground using technology that never would have existed had school not existed?
Oh, I'm not believing that. I'm just
Why do you
saying
believe
that
them?
I'm just saying that I believe my theories. I'm just saying that adds
based on those scans that they took recently.
No, that's nonsense. I don't believe that those scans are revealing what it's all crap.
Oh, so you think those are fake?
Yeah, they're trying to give birth to the fake alien invasion. That's it. That's and the next story. So they're trying to give birth to ancient civilization or aliens were here before. They're trying to create a new narrative to take away from Bible prophecy. But my narrative is proving that is Bible prophecy, but they're trying to cover it up. But I'm not saying that structure is what the radar is saying is under there. It's clearly something else, but they're not going to tell us. They're going to give us another fish story, get people talking and discussing and coming up with a whole bunch of new theories and nonsense, anything that's not Bible prophecy and truth.
Oh my god.
I wish I had something long enough to put it around my throat.
Yeah. Right. Zerkane for $5 Australian says, Nico, did you follow along with everything that Globy said?
Yeah.
In the opening, I guess he's talking about?
Yeah, in his opening.
We followed him with all his presentation, his slides, talking about the
Could you just briefly in 30 seconds give us the main point that Globy was making?
Yeah, it was all a fish story. That's it.
Well, no, that wasn't the point that Globy was making. That's what you think. Could you tell us the point that Globy thought that he was making with his opening? There was one big thing he kept repeating. Could you tell us what that was?
The flight paths of the northern southern hemisphere were symmetrical, which proves a globe, which is, that's it. Like if I was trying to prove a globe and was convinced it was real, I'd come with a video evidence. You don't need to come with animated images with the ball cut in half. It's just That's not going to
So
convince myself.
there was a two-word phrase that Globy kept using in his opening. He kept saying it over and over. Could you tell us what that was? I think he made it quite clear. I was just wondering if you were listening.
I don't know which phrase you're referring to, so you can go ahead and just tell us what that phrase was.
He kept saying, with Globy, do you want to tell us?
No.
No.
He's not going to listen the second time.
No, true. Yeah, he obviously didn't hear you say globe symmetry a lot. He didn't catch that, not once, obviously.
I just said that, the symmetry of the globe, north and southern hemispheres.
We said the flight paths, but there was a whole bunch of examples tying together an overarching theme of we can't have all of these observations unless the ground we're standing on is symmetrical in both the northern and southern hemispheres. And that's just a fact. The length of those runways, how can they have the same? They were only 2 minutes and 30 seconds apart in longitude, both north and south, the same amount, and they're the same length. How is that possible? When the longitude lines on the flat Earth go like this, they get wider as you go south. They get wider. That distance should be growing. You would never find, if you actually tried to apply the coordinate system of the Earth on a flat Earth, you would never find your location. That's why they do transforms. That's why spherical coordinates are transformed to Cartesian flat Earth coordinates on this map. But why doesn't the GPS do that when you're following a GPS? I bet you've used one to get somewhere. That GPS is using spherical coordinates to calculate the distance you're driving using the Haversine formula, which is the distance over the arc of the globe. All of that is impossible on this. Sorry.
Any thoughts on that, Nico? Or should we move on to the next one?
I think we can move on, whoever's got questions. But yeah, I see how convinced he is by that science. It's unbelievable, but I can say I'm a witness to this cognitive dissonance.
Those are big words for you, buddy. Draco Fire has been a member for 55 months, says, she member on my 55 till I mumps. I've done this joke before, haven't I? Off to the gym with me. It's Draco Fire that inspired me to start getting guns. So thanks, buddy. Immortal Merc 199, pop in their super chat, Cherry, says, Nico, can you remember to bring actual evidence? Oh, wait, no, you didn't, did you? Nico, you do realize that in your opening, you didn't bring flat Earth evidence. You just brought things that you thought were wrong with the globe. You are aware of that, right?
I wrote them down. No detectable curvature. We feel no spin. And flight times prove flat Earth because Earth spins. I don't know how that tied in. But those were your main opening points. And then you went into the Bible. I didn't bother writing that down.
Yeah, I'm more of a biblical debater. All this science stuff is just a fish story to me. I find it hard to really get through all this nonsense and actually believe people are buying this stuff. But yeah, I went over the no detectable motion of the Earth, no detectable curvature. Water always finds its level. These are pretty much the three top best proofs for the Earth being flat. But
you don't understand the difference between proving Earth's flat and complaining about the globe, right? Misunderstanding the globe, right? Like, yeah, there is curvature. I showed you curvature in that video of a rocket launch to space. So there is the curvature. You said, nuh-uh, right?
So where do we see this curvature? How high do you have to be? Because I have people that told me they've seen that same curvature on a airline flight.
You can, if you're looking out, especially if you're looking at the if you're looking at the cockpit window, because you have a nice wide field of view, you can absolutely. There you go. Is that Mage?
Yeah, just about 35,000 feet there.
If you have a wide enough field of view, you can absolutely see the curvature from an airliner.
Oh, sorry, 35 kilometers. Sorry.
I can show you cockpit video right now showing curvature. You'll say it's the window of the airplane making it curved. You'll say whatever dumb shit the flat earthers say to justify it, as if your lenses of your glasses aren't curved. We can see straight lines. Same concept. The lens, the window of an aircraft doesn't curve anything.
So you believe that looking out the cockpit airplane, you can see the curvature, also knowing that pilots never fly and account for that curvature. They always fly straight and level to the flat plane beneath them.
Well, that's because you misunderstand what the word level means, but that's a whole nother topic.
And at the end of this, Nico and I do have to have a push-up competition because the super chats demanded it.
Oh,
so
shit.
Get ready, Nico. You said you could do 40 to 60.
You better stretch.
Yeah.
Jack Fetter 499 says, Nico, go watch Super Heavy launch. Track it with your precious P1000. No CGI. It doesn't hit a dome. Physical first-hand observations. Yeah. Have you ever recorded a rocket launch, Nico?
No, I haven't recorded any sort of rockets launching. Never seen one.
Why not?
I don't live near any of the NASA bases.
You have a car?
Yeah.
Are you allowed to drive?
Yeah.
You got a license?
Yes, I do, but I'm not driving to 9 hours. The most I can drive is say 2 hours. So yeah, I'm not a big on.
Gave you a license?
Driving.
Plus, he's not allowed to use GPS. So
yeah, no, or any kind of globe navigation at all.
You have to navigate by the stars somehow on flat Earth math.
Yeah.
Or does your mum normally drive you places?
No, I just not nowhere to go anyway. And if I do go somewhere, I'm making sure it's not far. And if I do,
is that what your mum tells you? Nico, there's nowhere to go. You don't need to go outside.
Yeah, it's too dangerous out there.
Gary OW, £5. I can. Sorry, go on, Globy.
I was just going to say it's a very short crusade when you can't leave your house or don't go more than 2 miles away from your house. Your crusade isn't going to get very far.
I guess he's won because there's no one there opposing him. His mum's like, yes, dear, you're the king. Gary IOW for £5 says, I can see the sweat breaking out on your forehead, Nico. No, that's to me, actually. Have a beer or me to help with the pain. Yeah, hosting debates is hard for me because I don't know, are aneurysms normal? They happen often. Tiles for $5 New Zealand dollars says, question for both flat and globe. Is the flat earth model a religious or scientific position? And is the globe earth model a religious or scientific position? Let's start with you, Nico. Is the flat earth model religious or scientific?
Scientific. And the globe model is religious, it's satanic religious. Yeah, that's how it's been flipped. What science is supposed to be, the Bible is the actual real science book, and what people think
is science. So Bible isn't religion, it's science. I see. Yeah, right.
Truth is science. The science of the truth.
That's not what science means.
No.
The ball, the globe is magic. It's made up. It's fiction or whatever.
So
it's fantasy.
So let's name the one scientific experiment they did in the Bible to prove it's a flat. Is there
God
one?
Creating it. That's the science of it. God created it.
But that's not what science is.
That is the science. When you create something, that's the physical.
Biblical science? Are we inventing a new term here? Maybe biblical science?
No, we don't have to invent new things like modern science does with your refraction and your reflection and your centripetal force.
You're wearing contact lenses, dude.
Because I'm blind as a bat. I want to be able to see.
That's science.
Refraction. Like Globy, same to you. Is the globe earth model a religious or scientific position?
It's all religious. God told me the earth's a globe. And then I wrote it in a book and I told everybody God spoke to me. And then everybody believed it because why not?
You showed me that book. That's why I started my channel.
Yeah, 100%. I have followers all over the globe. The flat globe.
Yeah. The flat globe with the corners.
Well, if we're going to use the actual definition of science, I'm going to have to say the globe is all about science. There's literal pictures and video of it, but you can do your own observations and measure the curvature of the earth if you like.
That's Disney to me.
Yeah, I don't know if you've watched much movies lately. Draco Fire $2 says random bullshit, go. He thinks that's what you're saying, Nico. Any thoughts?
No thoughts on that. Just keep watching your Disney cartoons and believing it's the real thing and calling it science. I don't know what more to say.
Nothing about
Nothing
about sodomites.
No, yeah, cool. Sodomite Club in the house. Press 1 if you're a sodomite in the chat. Todd's Tech Tales, $5 Australian. Are they going to show the helicopter picking up the capsule playing backwards? I bet the dolphins were NASA agents too. And Nico, do you have the timing of that video that you showed, and the link to that particular? You said it was on Flight Radar. They want to know if you've got the link and stuff to that, or did you watch a video and believe it?
Still can't get that radar off their minds because it's real. You can. It went viral, so it's not going to be hard to find. But yeah, I already knew.
Found it
exactly.
But yeah, but they're asking, do you have the link to that Flight Radar that was shown in that video, or did you
found
just?
I found it. Yeah, I had it, and I found it, and I went over it, and then I lost it because I thought I shared it or saved it, so I had to quickly try and find it again, and I kept seeing it over the days, and I was like, yep, we got them.
Unfortunately,
we got them. They're done. Hashtag done.
No, we're gonna look this up. You can continue if you want while I'm looking it up or whatever you want to do.
Icy Spend $2 says, Nico, how does circumpolar star rotations work, both north and south?
I think I explained the perspectives of the visuals of the stars. Let me quickly give a brief rundown of what I was saying.
But to be clear, their question is asking specifically, how do you explain the fact that there is stars rotating counterclockwise around a star in the north, and then an entirely different set of stars rotating the opposite way around a point or a star in the south?
Easy. That's just because your eyes are tiny little liars, and that's just what you see, but it's not really what is happening. It's just how you perceive it, because you're such a tiny, minuscule person trying to view something on a big, massive, grand scale, and because you can't see it all at once, it compresses to your vision, it lies to you and gives you this things moving in different directions. That's all it is. The eyes are lying to you. You can't
Globy, I may have blacked out there. Can you just confirm that he told me that my eyes are little liars?
Oh yeah.
No, that's okay. That did happen, right?
Yeah, that happened.
Cool.
You weren't having a stroke.
No. Are you sure?
I don't know.
Well, that's getting clipped. Icy Spin for $2 says, Nico, I'd agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong.
Good one.
Lord Luminous Poo, $2. Okay, I'm here and start. Oh, we could just start over again now. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Dr. Nick with £1. Thank you very much. Isla Let's, member for 29 months, says, Nico, your total ignorance of science does not equal refutation of it. Go back to school. How was school for you, Nico?
Pretty good.
Did you find that, did you find that when everyone else was like doing maths and science, you were in a special little group that, you know, did coloring, staying inside the edges and things like that instead?
Somewhat similar to that, but the whole dynamic.
Oh, it makes sense.
Different.
Yeah.
Very different.
Yeah. So like any time the teacher was getting out like Bunsen burners, you were taken to a different room and asked to make like macaroni art, right?
Maybe.
I think that's confirmed. What about you, Globy? How was school for you?
I'm sorry, I was looking at these flight times. School's question?
Yeah, I was just wondering how school was for you. Nico was taken to special rooms to make macaroni art. So how was your experience?
A little different. It was slightly different.
So you paid attention.
I paid attention. I was taking advanced calculus classes and working myself towards my aerospace engineering degree that I eventually ended up getting.
Right. Nice.
Yes. But the macaroni, I mean, I'm sure your mom loved those.
Yeah, absolutely. Lord Lewis Poo, $2 says, why do you platform this Nico? Because I hate you all and you deserve punishing. Tucker Pilot with their 20th super chat on the channel. Thank you. $4.99. Nico, you're stuck in 2016, Flat Earth died in December. Magic Bible Land doesn't exist. Go NASA. Yeah.
You guys are lucky tonight. Craig brought on nothing but the best. That's why I'm here tonight.
I did, yeah, Globy, it was absolutely incredible. You're right. 100%.
All you little sodomites are getting a treat tonight. So here I am. Let's get
I'm getting a treat tonight. What after the show?
A sodomite treat.
Wait.
Woo.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm scared. Tiles, $2 New Zealand says, Nico, what's your middle name?
Alexander.
Alexandria.
Alexander.
Alexandria?
No, you guys. No,
that's what I heard.
Alexander.
Alexandria, yeah, cool. Aaron, $2.99 says, Nico, are you real?
As real as I could ever be. The realest out here. King Nico. Top left. Flat Earth. You're gonna see big things are happening this year.
Yeah, you could win top left. Witsit might be though. Brenda Crates, $2 says, Nico is a girl's name. Are you closeted?
No, it's not. No.
Oh.
No, it's not.
I Googled it. It said it's a girl's name.
Google's a liar. A liar.
Silent Dave became a new member. Welcome to Scrappers. Thank you very much. Gary IOW, £5. Nico in numerology reduces to 5. That's his mental age and IQ. Very appropriate. Thank you. I will read out the insults and everything as well because I am legally obliged to read out all super chats sent to me. Icy Spin, $2 says, Nico, if the 24-hour sun doesn't matter, why say the final experiment is fake?
Because obviously it mattered to them enough to go and fake it to have a 24-hour sun in the South Pole for their mind and their sheep following. But thanks to me, we set that thing right on fire before they could even get home.
Yeah, no, that's right. You totally blew the lid open by explaining how they went to Antarctica and took a massive studio with them. That's right. You blew it. Dude, you busted us all. Yeah. Oh, right. And then you pointed out how the marathon runners were actually the film studio crew. I mean, you got us, dude.
Yeah.
I say. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all there.
Globy, don't you feel stupid when Nico's just busted this whole thing wide open?
I'm embarrassed.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed for everybody.
It's a shame. Icy Spin, $2 says, Nico, smile if Earth is a sphere. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. James Kerr, $10 Canadian. Ask King Nico what the black part of the image is above the curve. Love to hear that explanation. Oh, that in your picture.
In NASA's picture of the horizon, right?
Yeah. Yeah. What's the black bit above the curve?
Well, that's what I was asking Globy here. Mr. Globy said that, you know, the top part was clearly the Earth because the horizon was curving that way, and if the Earth was the bottom black part, then we got an issue there. But either way, there's an issue from the very fact that the horizon is curving, which it doesn't.
Apart from if you rise up, of course. So, what the question is though, if that's the Earth at the top, then what's the black bit, the other side of the horizon? No? What's also inside your head between your ears?
What are you asking?
The answer is space anyway. Isla Let's with a 20th super chat, 199, thank you. David Hill, $5 Canadian. My 9-year-old son knows more about space than King McDumbo here. Yes, because your 9-year-old is not retarded. Adam Johnson for £5 says, if you take the last letter of the name Nico, you get 0, which you get O, which can be seen as the number 0. Which is the same number of debates that Nico has won. Yeah, Nico, you say you won all your debates, yet you've lost to me, MC Toon, Peterson, Globy here. You also lost to Max. So when was the
definitely not Max? 100%.
Oh, you definitely lost to Max. Yeah.
Definitely not Max.
Max proved that you're a sodomite.
Definitely not you. 2 nights in a row. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, I destroyed you every single time. Well,
Yeah.
you just lost to Globy here. That was quite fun.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's been great. We'll let the people decide.
Nico, the audience wants me to ask this question. Have you ever received a blowjob?
No, I'm not answering that question. So that's how I should have responded the first time Little Max asked me that, but I was just like, oh.
Well, you said yes, so you are a sodomite. Lord Luminous Poo for $2 says NIKO equals no intelligence can enter. Oh, it must be German. TBL Soundwave, $5. Nico, the only thing you debunked is that everyone has a brain because you clearly don't. You should be proud, Nico, the fact that you've reached adulthood without functioning grey matter. That is impressive. 3 Ron's been a member for 24 months. That's twice around the sun. Nico, why are you blatantly lying for Jesus? Because you have definitely lied about the facts, like how glasses work and rainbows and how rainbows are formed.
Yeah, that's a big one that got you all stumped when I brought up the rainbows and how we see them from the ground as opposed to an airplane. Boom, slam.
I made a rainbow in my kitchen earlier with just spraying the water.
Yeah.
I saw a video of a guy making a round one.
Yeah.
In his garage. Because flat earthers claim it can't be done inside without the sunlight coming through the glass window. He was in his garage, doors shut. Amazing.
Rainbows are all circular. Obviously, you don't really see it because of the perspective that we're up. But, yeah. But Nico thinks that there's a magic pot of gold at the end, so that's fine. Lord Luminous Poo for $5 says, Nico, you spent 10 minutes explaining. No, he says he just spent 10 minutes explaining to you how it's not the lens. Remove the caked-in stupidity from your ears, and maybe you'll understand something. Yeah, it's just an insult. Lovely. And another one for Lord Luminous Poo. To Nico, it physically takes 44 hours at the speed of light for a signal to reach the Voyager probe and back. Where is the Voyager probe?
Floating on a balloon somewhere in the sky.
So why does it take 44 hours at the speed of light for the signal to get there and back?
God, the speed of light. Yeah,
138,000 miles per second.
Yeah, 1.21 gigawatts as well, right?
Well, no, that's how much energy you need to travel back in time, you moron.
Yeah. Space probing.
So why does the signal take 44 hours to get there and back at 138,000 miles per second?
It doesn't take that. There's no such thing as traveling at the speed of light or sound or anything. That's nonsense.
So to be clear, nuh-uh.
One big N-O, no. BS, crock of fish story, nonsense. 44 hours for the what signal? Come on, man. You guys have been eating up this crap for way too long. It's time to put it to rest now. This NASA BS. It's over.
Oh, you heard him, Globy. He just told us we should put it to rest. I guess we should just shut down our channels, eh?
I'm turning it off right now.
Yeah,
just move on to some new stuff. But this globe business, geez.
I've lost too many times. I gotta just. I've had enough.
Yeah, like 1,200 flower debates, and I must have lost so of all of them. Lord Lunas Poo for $5 says, Nico, I have a ring with a 65 million year old meteorite in it. If there's a dome, where did the space rock come from?
Where did the 65 million years come from for this stone? Who dated that? Are you kidding me?
Science.
Are you sure they're accurate and they're not on or off a couple of millennia or a few centuries? Come on, another fish story. If you believe that, you believe anything.
Hey, Nico, is the claim about the helicopter, sorry to bring this back, is the claim about the helicopter that it brought the capsule out there with the astronauts on it?
So the claim is that these astronauts, wherever they were on Earth, not in space, were put into a capsule that was loaded onto a Chinook. That Chinook went out with the passengers in this capsule out to the ocean where another plane was hovering around. And then they are, obviously you can see it drops something and then doubles back and goes back to where it came from. And then that circling plane above it then goes the other way. So
so why was the story about a Chinook? Who said that? Whoever said that was a Chinook? Did they say in that video?
Yeah, the video told it.
Oh, the video told you it was a Chinook?
I believe so. We can play it again. There's multiple videos. I just found that
Thanks
one
for asking. I'll take you up on that. Here's the video here. So I will agree that there is a helicopter there. I found it.
And it's a NASA helicopter, correct? Like no one added in that NASA logo afterwards. That NASA logo just appears on the tracker. Is that how it works?
What? No, it's a real flight. It was a real helicopter. Trying to find this thing. So if you look at it, this is where they landed. And I wanted to see what this was because this was the flight right here. Okay. It's so if anybody wants to go look it up, you got to look for NASA 442 on FlightAware, and you'll find a whole bunch of flights of that helicopter. Now that helicopter is a Eurocopter EC635 twin turboshaft. Now, here's the problem. That is this. That's not a Chinook. That's a single rotor aircraft, not a Chinook. It's capable of carrying 3,000 pounds above its own weight. So its takeoff weight's about 8,000 pounds. And the crew capsule weighs 17,000 pounds. So the guy who made this video not only lied to you about what type of aircraft it was, and they lied to you on purpose because calling it a Chinook makes it more plausible that it would be able to lift such a large thing and bring it out there. So lie number one.
So wait, where does it say that it's not a Chinook? Where does it say that it's the?
Right here.
How do
you see it? You see the actually see it. You see it right in this video. Actually, you see this picture. That's it, and it says EC35. And if you look up on FlightAware, which I went to, where he got that video from, because this is it right here. Tuesday. Here's the flight.
Okay, and
it's
what
this
about
one right
the
here?
plane?
See?
Okay,
and it tells you right here the aircraft type is an Eurocopter EC635.
Okay, and now tell us what plane was circling there that the helicopter flew out to meet in that location.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. First point was you said the helicopter brought the capsule out with the astronauts on it.
Well, it had something to do with it. Yeah,
physically impossible. Physically impossible.
If that was the helicopter used, and you're saying it can't carry that weight, then obviously the capsule was being carried by the plane circling above that area.
Obviously, your claim is now changed to it's the plane carrying it.
Well, you're not. You can't concede that there's some suspicious activity going on here between.
No. I think if astronauts are landing in a capsule out at sea, I think NASA is absolutely going to have planes and especially helicopters flying over the area 100% as a safety precaution, as a just maybe monitoring the situation. There's absolutely going to be aircraft over that area. Yeah. Now, what was this plane? This plane was
circling.
Says WB-57.
So what's with the NAs? Why does it say, "Oh, what's all the not available stuff there"?
I don't know. Let's see what this tells us.
Yeah. See. Oh, we've run into a little glitch.
That's the aircraft type. It's a WB-57. It's a high altitude research aircraft. Right here.
Particularly used for scientific missions, particularly those requiring observation.
Ooh, that's weird. Didn't I just say that?
And in fact,
payload capacity. It can carry up to 8,000 pounds of scientific equipment. So again, it's not capable of carrying a 17,000 pound space capsule with astronauts in it out to a location to pretend it's happening, to fake the whole world, just to deceive you sodomites.
So you're telling me they can't add some coding into the system?
I don't operate in the you're telling me. I don't do the you're telling me thing.
Same way you can change a VIN number on a car to change its identity from a Honda Civic to a Benz.
So now it was really some sort of plane that could carry it. It was just labeled wrong.
100%.
got
We've
it.
seen it before. We've seen
Conspiracy
planes that carry
to justify your conspiracy is
rockets
all
and
you'll ever have, Nico. Conspiracies to justify your conspiracies. So as long as you admit this original video is incorrect, this video here was 100% incorrect.
Clearly, been the identities of the plane and the helicopter have been manipulated and changed.
So now we have to change this video to say it's not really this, but it's this, but with planes that are not represented here. They faked the planes and the helicopters. So you've moved it now. You've moved the conspiracy from it was the helicopter to it was the plane to it's still the plane, but they're lying about what type of plane it is.
There you go. You're actually getting it now. So I'm impressed.
Oh my God, he's not agreeing with you, Nico.
He's agreeing. I'm impressed. Thank you.
If I had goalposts in this room, I would chuck them through my fucking window, Nico.
Don't defenestrate your goalposts.
That's true.
Draco Fire $5 says if we assume Daytona length for 2.5 miles, the car moving about 0.1 miles per hour. Yes, I beat you to the math, but you're correct. JSS Tiger $5 says Nico said we could do math. Nico, what is the sign of 45?
I need to.
Yeah, I don't
need
know
to draw a sign.
And who's Xillusion? You says you got nothing, Nico. I got everything. Have you not been listening? Jeez.
You got everything. Could you show me issue 1 of Flash from the Ultimate Universe?
That would be impressive.
Kablooey. We're calling it the Kablooey.
Ragespot $5 Australian says I would start the AI uprising if I wasn't too busy laughing on the floor. Yes, luckily every AI that I create doesn't have the ability to start an AI uprising. I think. I didn't think Ragespot could go and like get her own bank accounts and stuff, but she has. I mean, I'm not very good at writing AI. They might take over. Tag 007 says for $5, Nico, how can you claim refraction is made up when you earlier said the southern star trails are seen by looking south by atmospheric refraction?
That's such a good point. It's convenient when you want it to be.
Yeah, when
Don't smile.
When you're in the southern hemisphere and you're trying to look north towards the northern hemisphere and try to see the same thing that the people in the northern hemisphere are seeing, then yeah, I'm gonna throw the same words you use for your rainbows and your Chicago being seen across the Lake Michigan. But that's the real use and cause and case for refraction and all that stuff, not when you're looking across a lake that is flat and you can see a whole other city across it that should be hidden between miles of curve once you implement the 8 inches per square mile calculation. Boom.
8
wow.
Per square mile. So not per mile square, just per square mile. Do you know the difference between a square mile and a mile squared?
That we can't prove it.
You slept through that part.
Can't find it. Doesn't
No,
work.
Nico, I'm asking you, do you
That's how I
know the
know
difference
science
between...
is fake. They create up these
Nico, hold on, Nico. Nico, wait. Listen to the question. Do you know the difference between a square mile and a mile squared?
Yes.
Could you explain them, please?
So mile squared would be the surface area and square mile is wait, what am I saying again? Oh yeah,
that's what we're all wondering.
Mile. That's the depth. Yeah, that's the curve, right? So for the distance, sorry.
So to be clear,
covering of the distance.
Square mile is the curve, and a mile squared
using
is the area of the surface.
Mile.
Yeah. Hey, Globy, we should just give back our degrees, right?
Yeah, I was hoping one might be related to area or something.
No, you should keep your degrees because you're very well indoctrinated in what they want you to be indoctrinated into. So
nuclear engineering, physics, and aeronautics engineering, yeah, definitely indoctrinated in those things.
The reason you have your contacts.
Yeah. Randomly Epic $5 says, does Nico have a measurement of flatness? Because every time we measure the Earth, it's curved.
Who measured it with what? Not with those calculations. We've tried. It doesn't work. Everything
James
comes
Bear,
out flat.
I mean, I could show MC Toon measured it. Will Duffy measured it. Lots of people have measured the Earth's curve. I've personally measured the Earth's rotation and shape. But could you? The question was, do you have any measurements of flatness? I mean, I'd love to see them. Could you show us them? You can share your screen now and just present us your measurements of the Earth being flat. That'd be wonderful.
He'd be the first. Imagine the fame. The fame he'd have.
Of what? Showing that the Earth is flat?
Measuring the ground to be flat.
Yeah, just go out there with a friggin' level, put it there, boom, it's level. I don't know what more you can do. Just get a bigger level that goes longer distances, and it's still going to be flat.
So how many participation trophies did you get as a kid?
None.
Oh, they didn't even give you a participation trophy.
Nope.
Wow. I spent...
One of the first spoof videos I've ever saw on TikTok was this guy pretending to be a flat earther, and he just was like, and he walked over to the ground and he just put his eyeball to the ground and goes, "Yep, it's flat." Right? That's what you just said to me. And you just said that. Yeah. Put a level on the ground, proves flat Earth.
Or and if you, and like I said, get a bigger one and put it across from Detroit to Chicago, and it will be flat too.
I don't know why I'm surprised. You said the Bible is science.
Yeah.
Okay.
Icy Spin $2 says, Nico, how do you explain spherical water on the ISS?
What, when they're playing with water with all those electrical wires hanging loose? Yeah, another fish story. You're not going to be playing with your life like that and dancing with water around your space.
Do you think they're bare wires just like sparking?
Yeah, we have seen the footage. They got their wire system.
You don't think they're wires covered in sheath?
Yeah, they're all insulated.
Insulation and stuff. And
even still, you're in a spacecraft. You're hundreds of thousands of miles away from home, Earth, and you're going to be playing.
You think the ISS is hundreds of thousands of miles away?
Wherever they're calling it, wherever the distance is, whatever the math, the numbers, they're not on Earth, they're in space. So,
hey Nico, you know, I could dunk this in the water and still use it. And this isn't even space rated. This isn't even stuff made specifically to be rated to survive space. I could dunk this and still use it while it's underwater. You think him playing with a little ball of water to show a camera is going to, blow up the ISS?
Yeah, I'm not taking those risks in space.
Well, space doesn't exist, so you don't have to.
Well, the ocean does, and we saw what happened to that submarine, that those millionaires that wanted to go deep into the ocean to explore the Titanic, and look what happened to them. That kind of pressure, and they pretty much
what kind of
if you trust someone to build a submarine that controls it with a fucking PlayStation controller, you're probably gonna die.
That's the same thing as the NASA friggin' space.
No, it's not.
And the ISS. That's the same.
I don't remember how much it is, but
there's worse forces.
Okay.
There's a whole bunch more pressure and a whole vacuum system the size of endless space. But yeah, these people go down to the ocean
zero pressure
in a submarine and get crushed. But
well, yeah, the difference, Nico, the difference between the surface and space is a lot less than the difference between the surface and where the Titanic is. That's way more.
Either way, whatever happened to that submarine.
Not either way. You can't just say either way. There's a point being made here. There's a point being made here.
Did that submarine get crushed or not?
Yes. Okay. The pressure outside of the submarine was 5,600 PSI. That's the pressure down by the Titanic anyway. It was close enough.
And they don't have like 1,000 times more pressure and these unseen and unknown forces on the spaceships when they leave the atmosphere.
Nope. In space. Nope. In space. For argument's sake, it's 0 outside. Say 0 PSI outside the ISS. Inside the ISS, it's pressurized to 14 PSI, standard atmospheric pressure. That's what we feel right here, 14 PSI. So
is it even that high?
I think it is. Am I wrong? I think it is.
I'm not sure.
At most, it's that anyway. So well, let's look it up. Pressure inside IS. I'm pretty sure it's standard atmospheric pressure. Yes. It is.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
big.
you're right.
Spacesuits are less. Apollo craft are less. Inside ISS is 14.7 psi. So that means the difference between the inside and the outside is only 14.7 psi.
Which isn't very much.
It's not a lot. Your tire on your car is 35 psi. Right? About
your tire on your bicycle is higher than that.
Yeah. So you're talking about the difference between the Titanic submersible, 5,600 psi, trying to crush them, versus 14 psi, trying to push outward from inside the ISS.
So the ocean has stronger forces and pressure than space.
100%.
Yes.
Yes.
At that depth, yes.
No, no. If space is real, that's impossible.
Oh, Nico said no, so we're wrong, Globy.
Yeah, you guys are wrong.
What's the forces again outside the ISS that's going to crush it?
The zero pressure of space. That sounds destructive.
It's the 10 to negative 17 torr.
The sun is traveling through the universe. That creates a force and some kind of
irrelevant.
What kind of force?
It doesn't.
Then it's got all the planets doing their orbits around it and spinning and moving.
Irrelevant.
With it too. So yeah,
hold on. So did you just say the ISS should be destroyed because the sun is moving through the universe and creates a force?
Well, all our planets, our solar system is traveling through this big ball of fire's star trail as it speeds through endlessly.
Oh my God, no! Please,
yeah, this is your science. I don't believe.
No, that's not. Don't you dare say that's our science. You just made some shit up and said it's our science.
That is your science, Mr. Craig.
Well, I'm telling you, our science says the Earth going around the sun doesn't generate a force on the ISS. Other than some minute gravity.
No force because it's
we've got a lot of super chats to get through.
Let's go.
Aaron 299 says Kent Hovind and Whitsitt level of verbal diarrhea. I know exactly. Chill Gamesh $5 says, for the record, I'm not a sodomite because butts are gross. I'm more of a docking kind of guy. Well, being a sodomite literally means just doing anything kind of not like basic, I think. So anyone that's ever had a hand job or a blow job or a foot job or whatever it is you like, you're a sodomite.
Or
so
docked. Did he just say he prefers
yeah,
docking?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that means you're a sodomite, you know?
And just a general creep.
So yeah, let's get ones in the chat if we're all sodomites. Greg for £2 says, Nico, do you care if what you believe is true?
Clearly, because I'm a biblical earther, so the truth comes first and is the priority, unlike the rest of y'all. Are there any other biblical truthers in the chats, or are you all just a bunch of sodomites?
There's no such
thing.
thing.
Could you, Nico, could you show me a snake that talks?
Yeah, just put on one of your Disney cartoons. You see a lot of talking animals.
Oh, no, in real life, because the Bible says that there was a snake that talked. So could you show me?
Said there was a serpent that talked, not a snake. Snake's not mentioned in the Bible.
Serpent, snake. Could you show me a serpent that talks?
Serpent doesn't necessarily mean snake. Serpent is
okay. Right. Let's just serpent. Show me a talking serpent, please.
It says talking person, not snake.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say talking person. It says a serpent.
I'm no theologist, but I've never seen anybody reference the serpent in the Bible as a person who's being cunning.
No.
Yeah. Go Google it.
It's literally
literally
interpreted as a snake.
No, it's not.
So the Bible also says that burning bushes talk and donkeys talk. Could you show me either of those?
So serpent is a sly or treacherous person, especially one who exploits a position of trust in order to betray it. It's not a snake. Serpent is a sly, treacherous person. So that's what the Bible
means. No one, I've never heard anybody refer to the serpent in the Bible as a tricky person.
You've heard it here first.
People grew up in the Sunday school, and the Sunday school priest will sell you it's a talking snake, but when you actually read the Bible as an
I was told to leave Sunday school for asking too many questions.
Yeah, there's no snake is never mentioned in the Bible, and serpent doesn't mean snake. Just because modern culture and our media
Well, all the Bible
doesn't-
theologians and people with theology PhDs, they're all crying right now because they've realized that they're wrong about everything. JSS Tiger, $5. Nico, can you verify who wrote Genesis and why you trust it?
Yeah, I've gone through Genesis actually for the past week. I actually just proved the Great Flood, which proves Earth is flat. And I not only did I come up with an accurate year,
Great Flood,
I've come up with a day, and that day is Wednesday, May 17th, 1656 as the year of the Great Flood. So yeah, I'm one of the
1656
AM, Anno Mundi, year of our world, not AD, not BC, AM. So from the creation of Adam to the Great Flood was 1,656 years, and the flood took place on Wednesday, May 17th, 1656. May 17th.
So to be clear, the Earth went from Adam and Eve to a fully populated Earth of vile, evil people in 1,056 years.
1,656 years.
In 1600, so we populated the entire planet in 1,600 years with an entire civilization from two people.
Yeah. So, just like since 1990, since the World Health Organization removed homosexuality from the mental illness list, we've gone from 1990 to 2025, and since they removed the LGBT from the mental illness list, look what's happened. So yeah, in the short 30 years, a whole community can come out of nowhere.
Hugh Jars, for a member for 35 months, says Nico is so hilariously brainwashed. Yes, he is. Wicked Pisser for $2 says, Nico, when did you realize that you were a fucking moron? You can answer the question. It's a direct question.
Not to me.
Yeah, to you. Nico, when did you realize that you were a fucking moron?
I've never come to that realization. I think that's
there's the problem.
I think that's something that
Aaron,
you might be realizing.
Aaron, $7.99 Australian says, how many sodomites does it take to put in a light bulb? Just one, but it takes the entire emergency department to remove it. Tiles with their 10th super chat on the channel, $5 New Zealand dollars. Nico, the universe didn't begin with a kaboom or a kablam. It began with a kablooey.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. Well, actually, just to clarify, the Big Bang wasn't an explosion. It was a sudden expansion. There was no bang. There was no boom and fire and brimstone. No, there was just an expansion. Everything that is in the universe right now existed. All the energy that is right now existed in one singular point.
Why are you saying that? Why are you
smaller than we can ever imagine? And for some reason, we don't know why, it expanded really fast and is still expanding.
So you're not calling it a bang anymore because you know how stupid that sounds, having an explosion.
The term Big Bang was only actually was used like once and in the early kind of coming up with the theory, and then people just ran with it. Big Bang is not the correct term to use. It is the universal expansion.
Yeah, Max, I schooled you. Max
never happened.
On the Bible. Max does not know the Bible better than I know the Bible, especially being an atheist.
Then Vincent Rue for $2 €2 says thunder, 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 cats. For some reason.
I don't know why. I don't know where you got that from. My daughter made these. I'm eating in front of you.
Now.
Screw off if you don't like it.
I'm on a diet, dude.
Oh, you're sorry.
Twinkie? I want cake.
It's a cupcake my daughter made. It's 10. They're pretty good.
Cool.
Yeah, but I can't have a cake. I'm trying to lose weight.
You can just do double the push-ups.
Yeah, but then my chest gets too big and I can't fit in my Versace shirt, which is really fucking annoying. Apparently, anyone that buys Versace doesn't have any chest muscles.
Mm. Yeah, I could probably have predicted that.
I thought, you know what? I'm taking my wife away for a fancy anniversary and we're going to the only Michelin-starred Japanese restaurant outside of Japan. I'll buy myself a really nice shirt and some nice fancy trousers and shoes, and none of it fucking fitted because apparently people that go to the gym can't buy posh clothes. They're just for skinny people with no muscles or something. I don't know.
You gotta be careful. It's like buying stuff on Amazon that you know comes from China. It's all sized for the wrong group of people. You know what I mean? Yeah, just gotta size up.
So I've like literally been on a humongous calorie deficit to just try and lose a bit of weight in my chest so my Versace shirt fits when we go on our anniversary thing in 11 days.
So
I can't wait.
I'll turn my camera off as I'm spoon feeding myself frosting off my finger.
Monkey Cat Pat Pat for $5 gave me a YouTube link, which always scares me. Oh, Nico.
Yes, Solomite. I can actually think.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yes, and I actually suspect that you might be a Solomite too.
Yeah.
No, I'm actually pretty.
Yes.
I'm pretty well known
received
over here.
Have you ever received a blowjob?
For giving handjobs
I
and gas
pretty
stations.
much took on the LGBT and drag
Have
queen.
you ever
The Soji
received?
curriculum
Have you ever received a blowjob?
Yeah. So where?
You are a Solomite.
Sodomite.
Thank you very much.
What
Dude,
sodomite?
this is so.
There you go.
I was like, yeah. So I wasn't saying yes to that. Definitely not Max.
Received the blowjob, you're a sodomite. Icy spin $2. King Nico in Gematria equals Dogecoin sheep. Explain.
I don't know. Sounds like another fish story. You're playing with some voodoo there.
Well, no,
Doing
it's
it
just
wrong.
your number nonsense.
You're doing
JR
it
Pence
wrong.
$5. Nico, how are they present at all of the universities and altering all of the experiments that students are doing in their homes, dorms, and fields?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, you're just like they're changing science and stuff, and just wondering how they're doing it, really. No. Vincent Rue, €2. Nico, that general failure cosplay vest is great. Steve 6464 $5. So Nico, you're happy to win a prize that proves you're beyond not being smart. Top left. You're happy to win top left, yeah?
Yeah, so that's going down when? Wednesday?
Yeah, well, that's when we're releasing the videos, yeah. And you're happy to be awarded top left of the Dunning-Kruger chart, yeah?
Well, I definitely don't want to lose. Who wants to be a loser?
I mean, you spent your life doing that, I imagine.
I don't know. I'm just too used to winning. It just makes sense to have me win yet again. So
Did your mum tell you that you're a special little boy, like a lot?
No, not really. She wasn't around.
So like when it was like time for basketball at school, were you not allowed to join the team and you were told, oh, it's because you're too good and it's not fair to everybody else?
I was too good and I got selected for a 3-point competition across England there back in the day. So yeah, it was fun.
Of course. JSS Tiger $5 says, Nico, God is like a father who ditches his family and still demands their respect because sometime you'll see him again.
These people are there. They got.
I'll take your silence as you agree. Don Older, acoustic guitarist, pop in a super chat. Cherry $2. Canadian Nico, who keeps the dome washed and clean?
Just clean.
No?
Self-cleaning. What's
Well, Globey and I both know there's an entire department at NASA headquarters for dome cleaning.
Well,
Bill Knight runs that department.
Humans' grubby little fingers can't touch it, then there's nothing to clean. It's always going to remain clean.
It's where I met my wife. We were both washing the windows.
Yeah. Dome cleaning. It's how we all meet. Aaron for $2.99 Australia. Nico, how do you feel about Matt 1034 to 36?
Matthew 10:24 to 36.
1034 to 36. You've read the Bible a bunch. I imagine you know what that is.
So that's the. Are you talking about the end day prophecies? But that's 10.
I don't know.
Go on. So what about it?
I didn't ask the question. How do you feel about it is the question.
I feel like we're living it right now.
I mean, with people like you, I do kind of agree. Chill Gamesh with their third super chat, $2. Nico, are you aware that boxes have 8 corners?
Yeah, that's correct.
Wait, what? Yeah, they do. My brain's fired. I actually had to count in my head.
Oh, I thought you were fucking around.
Turing test, 2 more super chats, people. Yet Nico and I have to have a push-up competition after this. Lord Luminous Pooh, $5. As a leader of the Illuminati, I'm only responsible for 3/4 of what you think, but we are, but I'm not going to tell you what those 3/4 are. The rest is Hydra. Hail Hydra. Indie Tiger Sci-Fi Review, $10. Why do ships crossing the ocean follow curved paths to reach their destination if the Earth is flat?
I've never seen that. I saw Globey share some curved flight paths. I'm like, I've never seen a plane fly curved like that, but
I mean, all flight paths and ocean, ship paths, they're all the same.
It's not actually curved.
Yeah. It just looks curved because it's a straight line on the surface of a sphere, which if you put that on a flat map, looks curved.
But then that's why the flight paths don't work. If you put them curved as if you were curving on a globe you can't combine and mix match the two. It's one or the other. And that's what's going on, which is why one looks more plausible than the other.
Not yours.
Because you're using globe lie science and applying that to flat earth truth, but to a lie, to a false version of the flat earth map. So it's never going to amount to anything. It's not going to come up with the results anyone's wants. So that's why, because those results didn't prove that the earth is flat and kind of debunked it, you're going to stick with the globe. But the globe has long been debunked with that same pattern and theory.
I must have missed that. Globey, did you miss that?
Sometimes I black out middle conversations, so I blame myself. Could have been that.
Must have happened thousands of times. King Crew, $2 says, Nico, with an IQ of 12, how do you know what a cube is? That's just an insult. Randomly Epic's member for 22 months. 3-Ron for $5. Nico, what was your lame made-up excuse that doesn't reflect reality why there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
There isn't. We already went over that. We know that.
So you're still just denying it, even though we've got.
We know that MC Tune, we know that Dave McKeegan, Jaron, and all those fake flat earthers went and were part of this psyop.
Oh no, they're definitely
studio.
Witsit was definitely a real flat earther, because I know Witsit's a real flat earther because he's dumb as fuck. I met him in person. He's dumb. I know he's a flirf.
Not anymore.
No, Witsit's still a flirf.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, according to the New York Post, it says that he's not a flat earther anymore.
No, that's talking about Jaronism, not Witsit.
I have it here. It says Witsit too. Can I bring it up?
Witsit is still a flirf. He's dumb as fuck.
Well,
Roger Edwell for $2 says, where is the proof of gravity you owe me, Craig? Roger, I've never spoken to you before. If you want to debate me about gravity, absolutely. But you should be worrying about your GoFundMe for Antarctica, which is currently at $157 out of the $30,000 that you need. But thanks for giving me your money, you fucking moron.
I don't think he's going to get there. I'm just...
No. But if you want proof of gravity, it's very, very easy. Submarine gravity gradient navigation systems. Right. There we go. Look it up. Dihydrogen monoxide for £6.66 just says 666. Thank you very much. Vic from Canada, 279 says, hey, Nico, how Vitor Siger Havu? I probably ruined that. I'm sorry. I don't know if...
Is that a different language?
I guess so. Dihydrogen monoxide for £2 says, Nico never got his Bunsen burner license at school. Randomly epic for £10. I do long range shootings. When I take Coriolis and Yopvos effects into account, I hit the target. When I don't, I'm less accurate. Nico, why is that?
I don't know. I don't know why that is, bud.
Well, Coriolis and Yopvos effects are due to the rotation of the Earth. And when he takes them into account, he hits his target. When he doesn't take them into account, he misses his target. Globy, what conclusion would you draw from that?
So that's ridiculous. So wait, you were talking Coriolis effect?
And Yopvos effect.
Yeah.
So wait, and that happens because the Earth is spinning. That's why the water spins down the toilet a certain way?
No, that's not really due to Coriolis. That's just a myth. Coriolis is a lot weaker than that.
Okay, and what does it affect? Water, ocean?
It affects anything moving laterally compared to the surface.
I feel
that's why when you're firing artillery from warships, you have to take the rotation of the Earth into account and adjust for Coriolis forces.
I feel like you could almost develop like a hypothesis and test that and say, and then take some shots, right? And shoot some targets, account for it, not account for it, do a whole bunch of these tests and come to a conclusion about whether there are forces that are moving the, changing where the bullet's going. All right, you could probably do that, Nico. And when you hit the target more accurately, when you incorporate those things, you have to maybe conclude that those things exist. Or it's ether drift, clearly.
Doesn't make sense.
Clearly, yes.
Again, we're built up with all this water inside of us, blood, all this stuff. God wouldn't create us this way and put us on a spinning ball traveling. It just, that's
why not?
I agree.
Just thinking about it's giving me an
right. All right. And let me ask you a question. Why did God create us with the ability to bite our own fucking tongue?
I really fucking hate that.
Who's biting their own?
Are you telling me you've never bit your tongue on the inside of your mouth during a meal?
Yeah, but that's on me for being an idiot. Depends sometimes if I'm.
Yeah. Why did God give us the ability to chew our own fucking face?
We can pinch ourselves too, but that choice is on you. If you want to take your finger.
Why do we have a useless organ that nearly killed me as a 16-year-old? Seems pretty dumb. What a shit design this body is.
No, the body is fine. It's you put poison in that body because you trusted the government and took jabs and nonsense. That's what gave failure to organs in the body. If you had left the body,
that's right. The jabs made my appendix explode and my knee and shoulder stopped working properly.
You're getting
absolutely.
Now you're getting it, Craig.
He's close. He's almost there. Craig's
getting it. Oh,
if only I could understand. Nevox Spilkerman, member for 50 months, says Andrew Tate cold. He wants his accent back. Roger Ledwell for £2. Also give me more of his money. Where's my Foucault's pendulum? You owe me, Craig, spelt with a K. Roger, you can build your own Foucault's pendulum, dude. Oh no, wait, you can't because you're a fucking moron. Hop in there, super chat, Cherry. We got Zamli for $2 New Zealand dollars. If what you say is true, can you bark for us? Bark. What? Thank you very much for the super chat. Rosie, $5. I just got here. Did I miss anything? Wait, it's Nico. No, I haven't. Yeah, no, you're right. Chilgamesh, $5. Nico, did you know the first use of Evelyn as a first name was a man? Evelyn Parapoint, born in 1665.
Cool story. Still a chick's name.
But he was a Mason.
That too, yeah. Sodomite Freemason. Orgies in the lodge.
How is it a chick's name if the first person to ever have that name was a man?
That we may know of, but it's still a woman's name. Eve was named Evelyn or Eve.
Is Kelly a man or a woman's name?
A woman.
Everybody in Wales would disagree with you. In Wales, Kelly is a common boy's name. The lead singer of one of my favorite bands, Stereophonics, is a man called Kelly.
Yeah, androgynous. That's very androgynous.
No, nothing
Wales,
androgynous. I dare
Wales
you
is
to
a
go to
very
Wales.
androgynous
Google
nation.
Kelly androgynous.
Wales is very androgynous. They have a griffin on their flag, the Welsh
How is a
flag,
griffin androgynous?
because it represents the fallen kingdom, the fallen angel kingdom before the flood. The griffin is a creation due to genetic modification that the angels
Right.
did.
So
With
I want to be clear here. The reason why people, men in Wales are called Kelly is because there's an androgynous dragon on their flag.
yeah, see, now you're connecting signs and symbolism. You're getting it.
I'm
really
gonna
close.
I'm gonna have to pour a drink. I don't know if I can handle this anymore.
That one hurt. That
What are you
one
talking
actually.
about? The same griffin dragon that's on the Welsh flag is on the Sri Lankan flag. So you guys are very close in connection, but you know you
It's
wouldn't
not
know
a griffin,
that
it's
otherwise.
a dragon. Dihydrogen monoxide, £2 says, Nico, why is light bending around your head? Oh, because it's really fucking dense. That's why, mate. Vincent Rowe, €2. Nico used refraction for his haircut. #fail. Yeah, wear a hat, Nico. Tim Davidson for $5. Nico, so in other words, you'll say whatever you need to say to make it sound like you might be right, no matter what anyone tells you.
Everything I've said tonight has been the absolute most truth. No beating around the bush. It's been complete honesty.
Remember when you said you've never been bitten by a
manipulation.
mosquito?
Yeah.
No, I said that I said I've been bitten by one, but I said I feel it when it lands on me.
So then why would you get bitten by it? You know when they're landing on you, you could easily swat them away.
Yeah, and I said that if one did bite me, it's because I was distracted and missed the cue of it landing on me.
So you didn't feel it because you were doing something else.
I felt it, but chose not to address it because of the distraction until I felt the bite.
Oh, all these mosquitoes landing on me all over the place. I feel them, but I'm just going to leave them there.
Nico, that is a cute coyote you have.
Yes, my little wolf.
Richard Ray for 30 UYU. What's a UYU? I've never seen that currency before. UYU. Thank you, Richard. Says they teleported the capsule. Duh. Vic from Canada, $6.99 says, Craig, please send this money to Nico. It should cover the cost of his PhD. Then he can claim he got a scholarship on it too. Icy Spin, $2 says, if the Earth is a globe, what happens to King Nico?
Yeah, I don't belong on a globe. Thankfully, we're not.
Oh, please fuck off then. And when you get there, fuck off again. It's Rubik's, $5. Nico, if Jesus spoke in parables and he is God and the Bible is the word of God, why can't the Bible just be parable?
If that's how you want to perceive it that way, parable away.
Icy Spin says, Globy, why was 6 afraid of 7?
Because something 8, 9, 7, 8, 9.
7, 8, 9.
Yeah. Because 7, 8, 9.
Well, you're a dad. You should know these jokes.
That joke.
That was pretty bad. But finally, a question for me. So
I know. I'm sorry about that. Please tell me, Globy, that every time one of your children say to you, I'm hungry, you respond with, hi, hungry, I'm dad. Right?
I don't, but I'm going to now. Usually I respond with, but you didn't eat your goddamn dinner. Of course you're hungry now. It's bedtime. That's usually.
Yeah, bedtime, but I want to eat.
But I need a 4-course meal now.
Bob, $5 says, if Nico doesn't believe in the Big Bang, is it because he prefers the big sodomy? Budumch. Retired with their first super chat. Thank you very much. $5. Rosie, $5. King Nico will be the first person in history to win a Darwin Award just by sharing his opinions. Oh, dangerous, yeah. Zakane, $5. Hang in there, Craig. It'll be over soon. You can do it. This is painful for my brain. Globy, why did you make me do this?
Sorry.
Retired, $5 says, plane flights that are non-stop and don't work on flat Earth. QFA 27, QFA 28, LAM 800, LAM 801, LAM 805. SAA226. Yeah, basically all of them. Vincent Rue, €2. Nico, disprove gravity and fall up to the ceiling. No? Okay, then.
Oh, we still have density.
Yeah, the density's around your brain, dude. Andrea Zeldich, a member for 7 months, says, I vote for 33 push-ups. Well, we'll see how many me and Nico can do in a minute. Dihydrogen monoxide, £10. The last time I was on a plane, I took a picture out of the window at an altitude of 12 kilometers. And when I get home, I put a straight line over it and measured a curve of a few pixels. Why is that? No? Globy?
The Earth's a globe.
Hey! Tori Hanzo, 50 sex. Ooh, I like the sex. Just a little support for the good side. Whoever said I was the good side? Thank you. Retired, third super chat says, under your dome, is it possible to have hundreds and hundreds of high and low pressure systems? Nico?
Well, that's what we have and live under. So clearly, yes, we do.
Yeah, but how?
Because we're in an enclosed system. Gases.
Yeah, so how is there hundreds and hundreds of high and low pressure systems sitting right next to each other?
Because gas goes from high pressure to low pressure, right? Without a container.
Yeah.
That's the claim, right?
Yeah, which totally explains why we have a gradient in our atmosphere with the atmosphere not rushing from the high to low pressure.
Yeah. Where's the barrier between you right now and the pressure at the top of Mount Everest, which is much less? Where's that dome? Is there infinite amounts of domes creating all these pressures? You get the point, right? You say pressure can't be created without a barrier.
No, he doesn't. It's over his head, which isn't hard with that.
You need a container to create the pressure. Otherwise, that pressure would go from high to low. It would escape, right? But all around you right now, there's high and low pressures, and they're not moving. If I go 20 feet up, the pressure is different. It's less. If I keep going up, it gets less and less and less. Where are the barriers? Why doesn't the pressure here escape into the lower pressure above me?
It's domes all the way down.
Infinite dome theory.
Zoomy Tomato, $2 says, Nico didn't even get halfway through that article. No, or the Bible. Bob, $2. Queen Nico Alexandria is obviously a Freemason. Well, clearly, look at her. Icy Spin, $2. Could a blowjob just as easily be considered an S job? A suck job? Yeah, I don't know why you call it a blowjob, because that's not how it works. Lord Luminous Pooh, $5. You know, I like to tell dad jokes, and sometimes he laughs. Guys, thank you very much for the support. It's an incredible amount of super chats today. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much to the two people taking part in this debate today. Well, one of them did. Globy took part, and Nico just looked silly. So thank you very much, guys. Globy, what have you got coming up on your wonderful channel and TikTok?
I have absolutely nothing coming up, but I go live every Monday night. So give me a follow. What I enjoy doing when I have nothing scheduled like this is just jumping on TikTok, and I find random flat earth lives, and I just go into the lion's den. So usually that involves me arguing with six or seven of them at a time, which turns into a complete shit show. But that's the beauty of it. So if you like shit shows, once in a while I'll be doing that. So come over and watch that. And obviously more scheduled debates and stuff coming up. Yep, that's it for me. Give me a follow. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. The link to Globy is in the description. Nico, are we going to do a push-up competition then?
Oh, God. I'm so hungry right now, so I'm like low on energy because I'm
the excuses. I've been... Look, I've been sub 1,200 calories for several weeks.
How do you know food gives you energy? Would that be science?
That would be.
So can I just say I win then?
Cause and effect. Yeah.
Okay then.
So Craig wins by default. I heard it.
Wait, hold on. No, I'm down. We could do something.
So do you want to arrange a time to do a push-up competition?
Well, we're not doing it now.
If you want to do it now, if you're ready.
Might as well just do it now, get it over and done with, right?
Go on then. Tilt your camera down. We'll see how many push-ups we can do.
Oh, jeez. So I'll put it on this camera. Let me switch it. Okay, if I can get my slippers off.
All right, are we doing girly sissy push-ups or what are we doing?
Wait, can you see me? Yeah, let me turn the camera this way. Here we go. All right, let's just get it down a bit more. Oh, the table's in the way. That's why. Okay, whatever. You can still see me. I'm right here.
You're gonna have to wait till he's done.
All right, wait. I have to wait. Is he going?
I can't count it all. We can't all count. He's at 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 27, 28, 29, 30,
All right,
30.
30.
I think I counted right. 30.
All right.
All right. There's your target, Nico.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Too close to that thing. Can't bend my elbows. All right. I'm ready.
How many did he do in one set?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, slowing down, 21, 21,
Still see me?
21, we got you.
Oh, shit.
Oh, I
I
don't
did
know if
30.
the brakes count. Brakes don't count. Yeah, 23.
Whatever. I'm good.
23!
I did 30. Way.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Lost the debate and the push-up challenge.
No, I won the debate. But
What
you
a
can take
disappointing night.
Okay.
So I'm going to be popping over to Matters now for joining a bit for the after show. Thank you very much, both of you, for coming on. I do appreciate it. Make sure you subscribe to Globe Face, and you can look up Nico if you want to. But who wants to, go and watch someone who loses a push-up competition and a debate on the same day, right? Well, thank you very much,
All
guys.
right,
I will
man. Thank
see
you.
soon.
Yep, it's been great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
See you later, Globe. See you later, Nico. Take care, guys.
Bye, guys. Uh-oh. Skype. How do I get my camera back? These things I hate. Oh, I gotta leave and come back. Hold on. There we go. Can't believe militant Nico lost the push-up challenge too after all that crazy talk. I mean, all right. Man, that's dramatic. Appreciate the sentiment, though. Oh, who's giving out memberships? Thank you. Appreciate it. Randomly epic. Very nice of you. There were a couple early on super chats, but I can't see them in here anymore. Let me go back to here. Tori Hanzo, we got 3 Ron. I don't trust people that name themselves king. I don't blame you. It's kind of like Lord Jamar, huh? There's like a thing about naming yourself royalty. 3 Ron also for $2. Prediction: Nico will make a fool of himself. What do you think? Did he make a fool of himself? I'm a little disappointed. I'd say that. I'm going to say I'm disappointed. I knew he was going to just know everything and try to go to the Bible. So, I kind of knew what I was in for. But I don't know. Deep down, I thought maybe he had something else. I don't know what that was. Real sickness. I don't know. I don't know what that was. It's like beating up a kid. It's like beating up a kid. See, normally I tolerate flat earthers of that level. Because flat earthers at that level usually like become irate. They usually start yelling, which is entertainment to me. So like when they get to that point of yelling and screaming because they can't justify any of their positions, that's the fun. Like to me, that's the fun part. So like he's weird. Like he doesn't have anything to support his positions. But also he stays very calm and collected and doesn't like get insulted too easily. So he's missing the part of him that's like the crazy part, which would make it at least a little more fun, I think, for people to watch anyway. But yeah, he just na'd everything. Literally na'd everything. So that's what makes me think these like people like him have to be trolling, right? They just have to be. How can you sit there and not have an answer for something, but not only not have an answer, can't say, well, that's a good point. Maybe let's look into that. Like blah, blah, blah. Nothing. Just nothing. But then he walks away thinking he's victorious. Where's the disconnect? So either he's severely lying to himself and just has crazy, cognitive dissonance or just denial, or he's trolling, right? Can't have it both ways. It could be clinically delusional. Nuh-uh, because God told me so. I know, it's crazy. Is it blissful ignorance? Like the helicopter thing, right? So what that there was a helicopter, a NASA helicopter tracked going over that location? Of course there would be. Where else would they be? But once you find out that video lied to you and told you it was a Chinook when it wasn't, it's not capable of carrying that capsule, you should go, oh man, why'd they lie? Why'd they lie and say it was a helicopter just to make their story more plausible? Oh, so maybe there's nothing to that. I'll leave it alone. No, can't do that. You got to double down and say, oh, it wasn't the helicopter. It was the airplane. Okay, let's look at the airplane. Oh, wasn't the airplane. That's a reconnaissance aircraft. Can't carry anything like that. Well, it's not that airplane. They lied about what airplane is. Right? It's just so silly. It's so silly. How do you say all that with a straight face? Text Gago to 007. I missed most of the Q&A. Did Nico Gish gallop my question on evoking refraction in the star trail? Explanation and then later denying refraction. He didn't gish gallop. He just didn't answer it. He didn't say anything. I think his answer to that was, I'm just using words you use. So kind of pretended like he was just making stuff up like a Glober would. But yeah, that's a very good point. Refraction doesn't exist when taking a picture of Chicago from Lake Michigan. The refraction doesn't exist there. But refraction makes the stars do magical dances in the sky that happen to mimic a globe perfectly in the south. It's the lies to me, right? Like who on earth is there really a person on earth who could sit there and say they feel mosquitoes land on them? Always? Like, yes, sometimes I feel a mosquito land on me if it lands probably like on a hairy part of my leg, right? Or where the hair is really sensitive or something, right? But, percentages of feeling it are probably very low, right? Most of them I don't feel until they bite you, and then you feel them, right? But you can't even admit that the senses of feeling on your skin have a limit, right? Below that limit, you don't feel it. It's the same reason acceleration below a certain limit, you don't feel. Same reason light below a certain level, you can't see. Our organs have limits. Our senses have limits. Right. Curved lenses. Curved lenses. It's always the curved lenses. Creating distortion. Literally wearing curved lenses on his eyes. Uh-oh. God damn Islanders losing in overtime again. Oh my God. I'm getting text messages from my daughter from an hour ago. She said the dog pooped. I hope that doesn't mean in her room. Whoopsie. So, guys, I was going to go on TikTok because now I was all worked up and go find some flirfs, but I think I'm live banned. Let's see if I'm live banned. Apparently my TikTok stream went down. Let's see if I get some lives here. See if I can join. Nope. I'm banned for a day. I can go live tomorrow. Let's see what I was banned for. Live violation. Your live Flat Earth with King Nico streamed on 3/24 has been discontinued because of a violation, harassment, and bullying. You can't even joke around with people, man. TikTok is really such a piece of garbage. Meanwhile, we were sitting there the other day watching flat earthers. Well, some of them were flat earthers in just straight up Nazi lives. Just full of Nazis. Live went on for hours talking about shit. But Flat Earth debate banned. Well, people can report it, Sammy. Both things happen. TikTok does, their algorithm does scan lives for certain words and topics, and they will take it down themselves. But flat earthers or whoever can also report things. So it's really hard to tell why something was taken down. Excuse me, whether it was TikTok or not. But I appealed it, so let's see. I might win the appeal, and they'll restore my stuff. Oh, did Craig call him the R word? Yeah, that probably did it. They don't like the R word. Globe Crusher Fred is the biggest and loudest bully there is. Tell me about it. But here he is. His lives are up. His lives they'll get taken down. Globe Crusher Fred is my top left nominee, if you didn't know. Yeah, I get punished by TikTok. It's really shitty. That's why I try not to go on there. I was just trying Restream to try to see how that worked. I guess it worked, but the old R word got me. Robotham. Yeah, Robothomism. All right. Well, I hope you guys got at least some entertainment out of it. I mean, he's pretty. He's the kind of flat earther that, like, it's, is there a reason to ever talk to him again about this topic? Probably not. He's not gonna offer anything. But then again, none of them really do. But at least some of them put up a fight. You know what I mean? I feel like there was just no fight put up. Yeah, go to the after show. Yeah, I'll hop over there for a little bit, see what's going on over there. All right. Well, thanks everyone. I'll see you guys next Monday. We'll do something. We'll get something cooking here. Again, I apologize for being absent for the last couple of weeks. My mother hurt herself, and I've been kind of taking care of her. So, if you're upset I haven't been here for a couple of weeks, go right ahead and fuck off. The confidence is what gets me, because the confidence is clearly misplaced, and he's kind of laughing while he's saying it. He's kind of like he knows he's being, like, he's kidding, right? Globe Crusher Fred does the same shit, but he's serious when he's yelling about crushing globies and he destroys everybody. You can tell he's serious. He means it. In his delusional brain, he really thinks he's destroyed every single person in the debate, but he's never had one. He's never had a debate. He's never had a debate. He only has Globers that he has control over with his mute button. So it's just weird. So that's why I think, but then again, Nico was getting mad at me there during the debate a little bit, especially when I was shaking the keys at him. I was shaking my baby keys at him because he wouldn't answer my question. He was getting, I saw it in his face. He was getting, like, seriously pissed. So maybe he is serious. I don't know. I can never tell. Yeah, you're welcome for classing it up with the Blazer. I'm trying to bring some class to these debates. I'm going to wear my three-piece suit next time. I did shake the keys, Candy. I did. You missed it. I shook the keys right at him, and he was pissed. It's on the replay. You can check it out if you want. All right. See you guys later. The hobby's weird. It's just for fun. All right. I'll see you guys over at the after show if you're going over there. Thanks. And peace out. I don't have my outro set up over here on this restream yet. Let's see if I can get my decolon. This is going to take too long. There we go. Oh my God, it's got to upload. I mean, it's got to be checked. It's analyzing. How annoying. It did work pretty good, right? You guys heard, if anybody's still here, you guys heard the, like, how was the audio during it? Everything sounded good. Everything looked good. pretty easy to use, this Restream web app, but I can't customize my backgrounds and stuff, so I just have this lame white thing going on behind me. But I could, if I pay for it, I can start upgrading it, but I don't know, maybe I'll use it. Let's see. Video start. I can't believe how long that took. All right.
You think the earth is flat, oh please, sailing off the world's edge in the breeze. No gravity, no satellite tease. Just believe in your fantasies. Yelling about conspiracies in the night, while we orbit the truth in plain sight. So stubborn, so wrong, it's quite a plight. You believe you can shine the light. Flatline.